I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. Luckiest stars, everyone to us.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I'm just going to attempt this. You all should be praying for me by now. I'm going to see if I can do that. So this is my attempt. This is my attempt. Woo! Our drive to Asante Kushia in the Asante North constituency of the Central Region started as early as 5 a.m. from our base in Accra. Tired as the team already was on the road, we still had high hopes of what our day's journey to and from the town regarded as the cleanest in Ghana would be like. It was truly an experience we all looked forward to. And before long, after making at least one stopover at Mankesim to get early morning wache, we entered the Asante Central constituency. Yes, the famous one where Kennedy Japan is its member of parliament. And without a doubt, the town and its towering look was without question, unlike the other Asante communities before it. And then we saw that sign welcoming us to Asante Kushia, the cleanest city in Ghana. From what we experienced in this small community, the evidence of this claim needed no argument. Indeed, it is the cleanest, with many towns in Ghana now taking lessons from it and ensuring that their towns are equally as clean as Asante Kushia or relatively close to it. But before we dive into the actual stories from this town, let's take a moment to appreciate Asante Kushia's commitment to sanitation. The town has implemented several initiatives that have helped it maintain its title as the cleanest in Ghana, a equal to the good people and traditional ruler of Kushia. We needed to say a quick hello to the paramount chief of Asante Orienchi, which includes Kushia, and that is exactly what we did. But wait, before that, let's admire this magnificent edifice, well planned with beautiful architectural designs, making it stand out in the town. We meet Nana Pra, and he immediately takes us on a tour of his palace.
You know, these are products Ghanaian product. Also, nature will be able. Tekramani Sinkra Womoko. The next one, Tetefly, Hulie Osachi Chidiachi. So poor. My back is so strong. Small needle can never penetrate. Then the next one, the creature called Kuntumpro. This creature. It's got two heads, one stomach. When you put meat there, they fight for it.
But it's going into the same stomach.
That's a proverb. Though it's going to the same stomach, if you put meat there, they're fighting. Now, last one, Ofu Japa. And every Ghanaian knows that one. This one, Akoko Bermani Oba. Adichia, they both know, but it's the man's duty to go. Yes, the vision of duty. It's about some question. Okay. I bet Wahona or I teach you, but so to your bear, not me, you can't. You understand? I bet. There's nothing that a snake can do with it. Next one, yeah. Then the next one is a crocodile and a piece of wood. They are both in the water. Doesn't matter how many years the wood spends in the water, it will never turn to a crocodile.
As you can see, renovation works are still ongoing in the various rooms. Now that the formalities are out of the way, we move to explore more places in Asante Kushia. Let's begin with a crocodile pond. Asante Kushia takes pride in its harmonious relationship with nature, and this crocodile pond is a testament to that. It is located on the edges of the main entrance of the town, where the inscription "Ajinsem Crocodile Pond, trespassers will be eaten," welcomes visitors.
Kushia has a crocodile pond, and Kwabna Ebo is the gentleman who actually watches over this place. Kwabna, it is saying. Now, crocodiles, no. Ahenewo, aha. Yes, sir. Omo din bi anasere.
Odin de yan fa mum. Ba fa ni plan say e mum din. Ba we do anytime bi anasem anko ade am from a baby omo ba.
Now we are them from.
Me say dem mo na metete omo achi.
Okay. So what so metete omo achi? To say if you are
about 14 years now.
Oh. You know, oh achi.
Oh achi.
It's just a hand so pond no. How many years now? Pond ways here.
Nana ye adwuma we dey be 15 years ani. Tututu ho be 3 years ansa e dey omo be ebegu. Now dey oye yache. Yache nti yankopon hira ne se ono so wetumi amama ade we ya abada ha. Obi atumi fuka abaha behwe mananiji. Eno se sisi amama area m ha de nkwala omunim se abo we si na otia na ase bibia te sase o munyina hu de we a abo we otie emo we de mutumi nyini bebre ba se abo no oya abo bi a chi se yikuna san wahu age dudu a wenya ba de nsu mu de mintumi enchire se bia wenya be 25 years and ase 30 years
but time ben on mode on mobile o was 14 years now age ma na miensa ni na wa ansa wo start say wo yedwuma na sete
mbacho da bi me ba ya ansa ye de omo ba.
Okay. Inti o kai time a ye de omo ba
time omo de omo ba de me kai pa you school 2 weeks. Okay. 2 weeks da year na ye edwuma wo ya omama amode mo wan ba.
Okay. Na me unse we den eduane ben.
We ye akokwa na ma ye de from.
Isana ye de frɛ crocodiles
sir.
Okay. Nti yen hwɛ senia o from say yen hwɛ se obedi enam nana. Okay, so that is attempt to get one of the crocodiles out of the pond. Let's see if he falls for the bait. All right. Okay. It was a way they meant to be beno. Meet me a beno. Bibi ayo okay there. On ha me.
On how on your way.
Yen ben na kakra. I am going to attempt to do this. Meet me assume. I'm just going to attempt this. You all should be praying for me by now. I'm going to see if I can do that. So this is my attempt. Woo! And I'm this close to the crocodile. Trust me, my heart is already under my feet. Okay, that's another one. Another attempt we're making. There we go again. This is the closest I've been to any such thing. Okay, Ebo, Metron will say why. Well, so that's actually the attempt. That's just one of the crocodiles we have been able to see here. And look at Ebo actually has his hand right on the crocodile. That's brave act. Well, maybe it takes 14 years to be able to achieve this kind of bravery. There are 3 actually. I see another one right there. It is just hiding under the water. But this has been very friendly of the sort. It's come out to talk to us, as it were.
In Ghana today, we know of only one predominant crocodile pond, which is located at Paga. Many people will travel all the way to Paga just to see these crocodiles. The chief of Kushia could never fathom such an experience, and so he decided to bring his own crocodile pond home. And that's how Ehunabu Brim Nana Pra Ajinsem VI established this crocodile pond at Asante Kushia.
Look, we'll have this conversation when you attempt getting this close to a crocodile. But that's been it. 3 crocodiles here at Asinkushia. We're only able to see one of them, and I got so close. I mean, like, someone will say I conquered my fear, but well, that's been it. And I'm sure that you enjoyed the little interaction we had there. 14 years that Ebo has been with these animals. He describes them as how you take care of a dog. Maybe we'll see how that turns out for any of us out there.
Now, let's make our way to the mini Asinkushia Zoo. The zoo is the first place you see when you enter through the second gate of the palace. This haven of biodiversity not only provides a home for various animal species, but also serves as a center for conservation efforts. As we walk through the zoo, we see different kinds of animals, from the ostrich, horses, peacocks, ducks, tortoise, among others.
Ooh. Well, so you see what I'm doing now. That's an ostrich actually, and this ostrich is part of a mini zoo that's here at the palace at Kushia. I hear after this ostrich is done with all the leaves on this, well, it might be trying to gauge at me. We don't want to get to that point. But we'll take you around the zoo, the other animals here, right here. This is a beauty and a sight. I'm enjoying this. I know my daughter would also enjoy this. Very interesting. So hey, come along with us. We are still here in Kushia and we're exploring the town. We are going to tell you what's in the zoo, and then we'll hear some of the stories with them. So come along, let's go.
Next, we make a quick stopover at the tomb of the unknown slave. The story behind this tomb is that during the era of the slave trade, some of the routes used by the slaves as were transported to the coastal towns for onward travels to the Western world included Asinkushia. This spot where the tomb has been made is where the people of Asinkushia believe is where some of those slaves died. As a way of remembering the sacrifices and horrors of these slaves, the chiefs and people of Asinkushia decided to install this monument known as the Tomb of the Unknown Slave. The tomb serves as a reminder of the inhumanity and cruelty of the slave trade and the importance of never forgetting this dark period in history. We're not done telling you the stories of Asinkushia. Join us next week as we continue on this memorable journey.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health Edia Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. What person beauty are more revealed with quality makeup products? There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they're asked to pay certain amounts of monies,
and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. I mean, during COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, doing, and then it is dispatched to you, you receive, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Very, yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
Okay. So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean website?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now I for start dating work.
Now Ghana for start
dating work. Now Ghana for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira.
Or
10K.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I go see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They go call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, tell them see the way you can get it. Now 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering, okay. Ghanaians naturally we are gullible, okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things, and also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you, and if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that will chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here. We say obi anybody, but we go on more. We go do obi anybody na. No, ofu baby na aba. Baby na. But the Kaswa di na apesesa. But here we had here. Bonibia any year. Na ha say so. No do kwa na minimum. So di bono kwa no abehu.
I've been for Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa ho ho so okro mu pa. Dey wen ho ho okro nkra be hu nipa be say 50 ana say yi. There was a time me pon adwuma me ba say ipie kwan ne ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho. Na aya ho ho nko ana na omu yi om. E was second bus stop on. Ubisa ho say we omo kwan. Ade abechi no yes ka so ade abechi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but ye kura ahoto infan say enema ekoso ntemtem e wokuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no e ma sad ni nipa kon no so mbeba abetna kuro ni.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might fortunately to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom, but have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, not my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in the house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. And I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. First me will say me I learn the work self. You know we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me I will see the way the out bless he call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. We see everywhere.
We bless.
Me bless. Me Yahoo bless because say me see try it if I feel see it. Na theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call it do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoins, he call it pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know call it pay again. You know, let me want call it do. I call it rent herself. When that my friend only me say since I don't try for me to come out. Because he may only me want it do. Money not be coin again. That my friend, my sister, friend. Call tell my sister say in get person me dey Ghana yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. And call tell say okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Because say no, but you go give me number. Make me time. And call to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana yeah in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number. Call talk. Say see work me they do China work. Now cause I never do China work before. Now dating work. Yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause me okay, man, no worry say this one so I just knew all day to whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. That's why I don't know there before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As a carry me when I go his house, he lock me put for his house. Yeah, he told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have to tell people my break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go so I say I'll fit do one. Me I don't they work and they work. Don't use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I call tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never see collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 10 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 10 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day. But he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe, and I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent apartments for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. He said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night. But the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan. It's an estate where big people stay. So when we get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act. And what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. I never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to explain. So I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like, give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like, so this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly, even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work. I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. Yeah, that's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that. They will lie you down, flog you very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machetes, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
You don't stay there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. A friend me get office like other one boys they collect money. Other one go they put on where body see. All those boys, you know the before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then on and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys, we all park their car. We all be like Tahiru con. We also use all of them. We also say aspirin. We also finish us. Like be aspirin like finishing. They also finish us. They all finish us. Finish. Also maybe they can see the work. I can see me.
The beating.
Na the beating.
Okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah. Na beating. We all come. They all give us all of us aspirin. We all beat to we all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That strong wire. This TV wire. So and they repeat us. Even chairman even have that small bottle, that one there, but when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That's small axe. You have me say. That's why
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, then we end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. Then we'll be cooking, we'll be washing, doing, we'll be sleeping. Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we eat again. Then we'll not even have time to rest. Then we'll go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person.
Okay.
He's very, very God. He's very, very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you'll be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
So me not call the girl money take the buy so be give the girl this one because if I always also Ghana now they know the season light, steady light, the steady soap, the network they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now, like they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity, everything is current here. So they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machete to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. It now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and call chairman that he should come to us, he should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. Then he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people like me, I had to look for my way one time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in that office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that they arrested them, they were beating them, hitting them with a stick. They broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till I'll I will say the police will put handcuff on my hands before I will know that I had to look for my way. So that's how I escaped.
Call lock the door, call go short. And we call say okay, I will cut it one. Call follow again one mile, made the day up of silly. That up of silly, so now we got to follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside silly. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the thing set all those edge. Call the break and come on. Before coffee break and after we break and come on. That under so the PVC may say do one. Now we call cotton. Call his knife tear and call come outside. And we take come outside. We come outside. Now we look everywhere. Nobody because we want GhanaRoad. And that GhanaRoad, I can show a circle for you.
So when I come to the parlor, they lock the front door. So I check the back door, it was open. I say, wow, thank God. So I climb upstairs so that they will see me for the last time, so that they will not notice my movement. So when I come down, I met phone, I met laptop. I wanted to steal it so that when I get to Serwaa, I will sell it. But anything stealing, I'm not in part of it. It's a bad name, I don't like it. So I don't want anything I will get involved with. I came to this place to steal phone because definitely I know one day we'll meet in Nigeria. So I just leave their properties and I left. Though when I get to the back door, there was protector everywhere and cameras everywhere. So I've made up. Then I noticed the gate. You need to use a key to open it before you open. You don't have
no way for him to escape. So the only thing he could think of doing was hiding behind the generator in the house. But the estate security caught him on camera and came asking questions.
The people monitoring the house saw me on camera. They've come out, like somebody came out from your apartment. Who is that? What is he doing now? Aggressively. They were coming in a very tough way. That minutes they come outside again. They observe the gates. If I've run out, they try to observe. Then the people, the security called again. This person is in the back. What is he doing? So they traced me to the back and they saw me. I was very scared because I know there was camera. I said, God, I don't come out. I never know this is how it will be. There was security everywhere outside the house. I said, God, help me. I don't want to go back to the house. So when they saw me, like they wanted to play kindness to me so that the cameras looking at us will notice that they want to throw aggression on me, like make good friendship with me. I noticed what they were up to. So I was like playing with them also to the tricks. Like, why do you come outside? Go inside now. Like I said, bros, I don't want to go inside again. They say, why? Don't worry, we'll sort it out inside. Not knowing that I've set the way they will finish me inside. And I know, and God have already spoken to me, and my mind have told me this is what I want to do to me. So the luck I have is that they did not go with me to inside the house. Like according to the first chairman, because there are two chairmen, there are two friends. So the first one said, oh yeah, now Muko go inside the house. Like the other one that is very arrogant and that can keep person, just say no, leave him, give him key so that he can go inside by himself, so that the camera won't notice there's anything going on. That is where God answered my prayer. And in that case, in the process, the gate was still open. I say, thank God. So when I was going, they left me so that they just leave me so I will go first. They were like looking at me. So the luck I have is that when I get to the doorstep of our apartment, I drop the key and I turn back. I say, Chairman, I've gone. No, I don't want to get myself engaged in this your nonsense work and this is not how you tell me. This is not how I came to meet it. So he said, no, wait. So I walk out. So I noticed they wanted to chase me. Then I pick a race. Then some Ghanaians were outside like, Charlie, what's going on? What's going on? I never even mind them, just to run inside the bush.
Life after the escape hasn't been
Now I don't first send me money. And my chairman I shop the money because they tell me say na lie. Say you not be my chairman shop on. Say na me. Me, you know, we coffee contact my chairman, me we talk together. Say I take chop the money when I tell him, you know, green. Now I call use my guy phone. Man come meet for circle here. See the shots and you call you block me. And this my guy tell look. Yes, she all block me. And this my guy call tell locate me go this una church. This
So
church.
right now you You dey sleep for circle.
I dey sleep for circle
How the
for that
experience
part.
take be since you escape? How the experience take be? You dey sleep.
I dey.
How you dey chop?
When I did that circle, so like over, but now I don't complete 2 weeks now. Sometimes now those Ghana, sometimes I figure meet Ghana road say CIB they pursue me for Ghanaians. I figure meet the sit up to the say CIB they pursue me for which I don't know anybody for here. If you say okay, you know if you give me money to go Nigeria, see what I do it. If you give me 50 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, I go see give me. I see on the shop. That park man they sleep so. Now that park man go now and they sleep. But now they don't they say they know they give me the sleep inside again. Now inside we be they sleep before. They know they give me the sleep and outside we can't sleep now.
Right now you want to go back to Nigeria?
Yes, now I go back to Nigeria.
Many believe that these online fraud rings, as well as other criminals, use black magic, or what you may refer to as juju. This assertion was confirmed by these young men who said their leaders use juju for different purposes.
This things we are doing is not, sometimes there's something we call grace. You can just jam a helper, he will come just help you. And some that they are forming stubborn and you see they have money. You can't just let go of them like that. You can just go and tie them. That's where they are in juju part is being involved. Not the juju to rescue us. Anything juju, we are not doing it for our own self. We are using it to lock those people there to favor us. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. So that is where the juju aspect is being involved. Maybe
chairmen are not protecting themselves
that, like not juju, they are not doing the juju to protect themselves. To achieve the clients they are talking to themselves, so that they will not run, they will not block, they will not go. When I ask you money, you will give me. When I ask say only this, you will provide it for me. That is when I know you have the money, because you are not stupid. I will just come be in with my ordinary eyes, just be asking for money, just be giving always. That is where grace speak. Maybe they will just be giving you, but it's get where you go reach, you know, go give you again. Your update will become complicated to him. Like, these people they don't fraud me. So before you get that idea, our chairman, if he's the one auto is juju, because some believe on grace.
They work, depends. And what thing will make them work now based on your chairman. Your chairman, if you go that juju, then that baba will give them condition. And generally, as in the general condition they mostly give to all the chairman in this Ghana is that they should stay away from sex.
So the chairman stay away from sex?
Yes. Yes. So that's how they.
It means that if your chairman have sex, the juju
the thing will spoil. And they used to renew that juju. I think like every, I don't know, it's them that knows. But all I know is that they used to renew that juju. So once they tell them to stay away from sex, it's them that knows whether if they can do it or not. But most of the chairmen, they won't. And that is the reason why boys are not collecting money from the office. Like my chairman, he trains women like boxer.
I never ever use juju. And only my chairman they bring something, they commando juju things. Now we all be like soap, so now see water, soap. We bring and come out to the bath. I don't know whether you know this thing. Baby, you're black. That charcoal me that they cook. All those aboki they warm.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing. All those small, they go pack up inside. Go put fire, smoke, they come out, cover all of us for inside.
Cover all of them?
Yes, same old, they tell us, see what we need. Tell the this, see what we need, say we need money, make clients. As we they born, make clients, they accept us. As we they use the juju now, you know they work.
Leadership of the Nigerian community in Ghana are hopeful this menace will soon become a thing of the past.
We are planning to set up a tripartite task force to clamp on those their masters, because it is these their masters that we think by the time we can be able to get some of them and we let the Lord deal with them. I think maybe that will reduce. Nigerians are doing more good than harm in Ghana. But one thing about life is that the negative news travel far, travel more than whatever good you are doing. If you see Ghana today, Nigeria has contributed to the GDP of Ghana. You cannot be overemphasized that in Ghana today, if you want to talk about foreigners who are doing great to the economy of Ghana, Nigeria will be number one. Count the industries, the corporate institutions, the banking sector, all of this, Nigerians are taking lead in those areas. But there is a saying in Ghana that in every house there will be a Mensa. So the issue is that the only news that is traveling far is the mention they are mentioning more than the good ones. If you want to see the quota of Nigeria, these people are just about 5% of Nigeria who are living in Ghana. But as you know, and they say the good ones, the evil men did. It's on brass, but the good ones will be on water.
The new administration is trying every effort to make sure that we curtail this situation and make sure that we probably put an end to it. We will discontinue these nefarious activities of our young ones, and with that's what we are going to put in place. Well, I'm very sure we will go a long way to make sure that we control, not only control, finally, resolve the matter.
I think if there's a unity between all the communities of Nigeria and Ghana, Hausa, Yoruba, Arewa, and Igbo community, if you all come together as like we are having all Nigerian community ANC to see to this thing in one voice and to fight it together, it will go a long way to curb all these things. Because as we are all in Ghana, that is not our home. If any one of them, one of those boys is caught, they will say Nigeria. So on that note, each community has to come on board in order to fight this, so we can have a good name for Nigeria in Ghana or in any other place.
Victory, Victor, and Austin have returned to Nigeria with the hope of living a better life, and they don't look forward to returning to Ghana anytime soon. All efforts to get more details of activities of these crime rings from the Ghana Police Service proved futile. A report by Dorcas Ankuma and Adiola Babatunde for GhanaWeb TV and My Nigeria.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Other goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FD approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products na the makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
The GOAT debate,
Do you know so how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo?
To the woman who boss, Julia Stewart, is a broadcaster with Super Sports International. She's our guest on Sports Check. Julia, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How was your stay?
It's been amazing to be here, getting used to the heat.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, I'm really loving Ghana. I was not expecting anything when I arrived here, just to be part of Women of Valor. And my trip has given me so much. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Have you tried any of our foods yet?
Yeah, of course I have. Everyone's always going on about Ghana versus Nigeria.
Jollof.
So I definitely had to have some jollof rice. Plenty, actually.
But have you tried Nigeria and jollof? And if you're going to rate, you haven't tried?
No, I haven't. So it's 1-0 to Ghana at the moment.
Energy. Great. So Julia is a studio anchor and a pitchside reporter with Super Sports International. If you don't know, she's doing amazing stuff. She's a big inspiration to millions of people worldwide, including women. Now, Julia, we know that, okay, so the light, sound, camera, action, and then we see you on set, you're talking and all that. How do you handle bad days?
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, personally, you won't see that on screen.
Great.
You can't, because people pay a lot of money for DSTV subscription. And they don't care about how you feel if you're having a terrible hair day or you don't like the place you're in, or then none of that's got to matter. It's part of being the consummate professional to be able to fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it's all about. So I think personally, if I am having a bad day, I don't think you would be able to know.
Great.
And that's part of learning how to deal with your emotions and how to manage, and knowing when you have to step up and step out, and like you said, lights, camera, action.
We go. Great. Now, you've been a big inspiration to a lot of people, women. I also love what you do. I watch you and I'm like, oh God, you've got it. Did you always, like, was it always the thing that you wanted to be a media personality when you were young? Was that what you wanted to do?
No, I had no clue. I actually had to take a gap year after matric because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I just didn't know. And I studied film and media production. So it wasn't a journalism course. It wasn't with the intention of going to Supersport. I kind of just found my way. And, you know, I'm a firm believer of if something is meant for you, it will find you. It was not easy. It was not easy. But it was a path that I am very grateful to have been able to navigate in my own way. And I think the journalism base that I have, having started as a print reporter, understanding how to construct news stories, understanding how to construct arguments from my university days, I think that I've tried to carry that into my presentation, in the way I ask questions, in the way you have to be brave to ask tough questions in the face of sometimes a defeat. You know, a coach has just lost a game and he doesn't necessarily want to answer, or there's a red card or a penalty that wasn't given. Those are difficult. So I always go back to the basic principles of journalism and carry that into my presentation. But I definitely did not think I would be a Supersport presenter or land in Ghana and people would know who I am. Unbelievable scenes.
That's
Come
crazy.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, you got big fans and all that. I remember one scene, was it last year, the gentleman said he wanted to take a picture with you. You have a lot of fans everywhere scattered.
But you know what
even
the
in
thing
Ghana.
is? Negativity is louder. So the people who feel entitled, who want to say horrible things about you, they always make sure you know, and they do that on social media regularly. So when I do get a nice message, or when there is an incident like happened at the Cape Town City game, that's my hometown, by the way, Cape Town. Okay. So a fan had written on the board that he wants to take a picture. That was amazing. But, you know, big love from the people out in Ghana. We're on billboards here, by the way, because of Women of Valor.
Great.
I landed and I was like, hey, is that me? Wow.
Your face all over.
Yeah, but I've received a lot of love. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't take that for granted. For someone to come up to you and say, I like what you do. You give me encouragement to also try and do better. I want to follow in your footsteps. I always tell people to make their own path, though. But to see that and to hear that in a country where you've only been for a couple of days is remarkable.
It's a big deal. You, as I stated, I'm not going to lie. I'm also a young journalist, and then I love what you do. When I put down the people that inspire me, your name is definitely on there. Yeah, great. You're doing amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
So for a young girl who says she wants to be like Julia, she wants to be on the big screens. Of course, you've been through it all. What would your advice be to that woman or that young girl?
So when I was growing up, there was no one who looked like me on TV doing sport. So it's not something I thought was possible or something I wanted to do, or one day I'm going to be there. It's not. I came into it because of my hard work, and the more I worked, the more I found opportunities. And I've always said, it doesn't matter your connections. It doesn't matter how you get into a place. The only way you're going to stay and make a name for yourself is through work ethic. And it doesn't matter. I don't care about being the prettiest or looking the nicest or sounding the best or having the best clothes. I care about being the hardest worker in the room. And that is what has got me to where I am today. So whether you want to be a journalist, or you want to be an actor, or you want to be, just thinking about the women who were at Women of Valor yesterday, you want to be a lawyer or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere without putting in the hours. Because nothing worth having will come easy. And you maybe it's not about studying or working hours. Maybe it's about the thinking that you do about what you want to do, or maybe it's you're putting in effort, whatever that is, and there'll be hours and hours of perfecting what you want to do. And then also just be open, change path if things are not working for you, or be true to yourself. Because if you want to be a journalist or you want to be a presenter in sport because there's space and there's more space, they need more women, but you don't love sport, you'll be found out very quickly. So yeah, you know, follow your passions and all of that advice that we always get, follow your passions. But just put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
So you mentioned of work ethics, you have to like what you want, and then, you know, building the long hours that you have to put in before, because it's not rosy. Some people, I'm sure some people hit your DM like, oh, I want to be like you, I want to mentor you. I don't know if you get more of that, but then for popular personalities here in Ghana, they always talk about women hit their DMs, like direct messages, and like, oh, I want you to be. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. It's a lot. You cannot attend to all of them at the same time. But then for you, for someone who might watch this interview, what are the values that one must possess as a woman who is really destined? You want to get into this career, you want to get into this space, whether male-dominated or not.
So the one thing I will tell you is women hit up my DMs. What did you study? What must I study? Where must I study? Please, people, I'm not Google. Go and look it up. Go and do your own research. You have to, you know, anything you want to do, you have to be educate yourself on the subject matter, right? So that's the first thing.
Right.
I'm also not a recruiter for universities. I don't know what the options are, where you can study, what your grades are like. So I can never answer that. But what gets me every time is women saying, so must I really study the whole 4 years? Or isn't there another way? Do I have to study?
There's no shortcut.
Well, we live in an age of instant gratification. I think the idea that you're going to make it because you're pretty, pretty lasts for like 5 minutes on TV, and then what else do you have? So you have to have substance, you know, you have to have passion for this thing, because we work on weekends. I work at 9 to 5. I work weekends, we travel, holidays, people are working. We are working here, you know? So you have to be really passionate, because if you don't love it, you will resent those hours. You won't like it. You know, your camera ladies are standing in the sun on what day is today? Wednesday morning. They'd rather be in the pool.
Exactly.
You know, but it's not always pleasant. The things you see on Instagram that we post, the interviews, or I went on a drive with a Formula E driver in a Porsche up Table Mountain. Amazing. But hey, that's not every day. So understand that it's not all glamour. And if you want glitz and glamour, then maybe this is not the best place for you. It's not the best industry. You have to be prepared. That is the most important thing. Because as women, unfortunately, we have to work twice as hard for people to think we are half as good as men. Even though people know you and they think, oh, she's good for a woman, or she's the best woman, or she's the nicest woman to look at. It's always going to be like that for us, unfortunately. Just accept it, but make sure you represent. Because if they're giving you a chance as a woman, there are like thousands of other women who also love to get the chance. So you have to represent, you have to do well, so that the next time there's a woman, they won't hesitate to give her an opportunity.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, but just because you said that, you know, you've been in the space, you've owned the space, what has been some of your greatest challenge in the, you know, you talking sports, being in what they term as a male-dominated area?
I think, firstly, I was saying this at Women of Valor yesterday. I think everything is male-dominated. Okay, the world is run by men, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because we are not leading the world. Maybe just the beauty industry is female-dominated. So,
yeah, even with now, there are a lot of men getting in there. Yeah.
So I think that the words that I say, or the advice that I have, based on my experiences, I'm finding that it's not just restricted to sports. Women in corporate, women in politics, we all experience the same thing. So just accept that this system was not designed for you, right? So that's the first thing. And I think you have to understand that you are different and you're going to be different. So some of my highlights have sometimes come because I'm a woman. And I don't mean because I look nice today. I mean, I think about the interview with Coach Pitso Mosimane. That was an iconic interview. Okay. They were playing with Casablanca. He was the coach of Sundowns at the time. And there was some stuff going on off air. And they were making some racist comments. We didn't really pick that up on camera. So while I was doing my interview with him, Sundowns won, by the way. And one of the guys from Wydad Casablanca came and stood by the camera and was having a proper go at him and saying really ugly things. And he lashed out. They call the interview "Sort Him Out" because that's what he was shouting. Hey, sort him out. And I'm standing there with our microphone while everything is happening. We're live. And that was one of my greatest moments because I think, firstly, I understood that I have to take control of the situation or they'll go to break.
Great.
Right. And I'll lose it out. Secondly, actually, this is number one. I was thinking, oh, I'm going to become a meme. I'm going to become a joke on the internet. I'm going to trend for being ridiculous. I have to take control of the situation. And I did. I stepped up and I explained what was happening. All adrenaline based that you can't plan for something. You can never plan for live TV. But afterwards, when he calmed down, the empathy that I had, I think as a woman, naturally,
you have a lot
made it a little bit easier for him to calm down and come back to the moment and answer the question. Sometimes you find that coaches as well are you're more asking the human side of things because you're a woman and they're more likely to be a little bit more open. We have that natural nurturing thing which makes our interviews a little bit different to how our male counterparts would conduct it. Yeah, I think we can be a combination of strong and hard-hitting, but also empathetic.
We're all 360. We can do all the things.
Yeah.
You talked about when you want to own your space. Someone says, "Oh, I want to be like Julia." You have to really have knowledge of what you're doing. So when you're talking sports, you know what you're talking. You'll be found wanting if you just think it's just a pretty face and all that. So I just want to find out from you, how did the passion for sports develop? Was it from your dad? Because with me, I kind of started from home. My dad was watching football and all that. How did yours develop?
Yeah, same. Just having something in common with my dad, something to talk to my dad about, going to live matches in Cape Town, watching Premier League games in Cape Town, where I grew up. And then the sport is, the more you know, the more you want to know. And so, you become obsessed because now it's opened up a whole new group of people that you chat to. The boys at school. I was always the only girl, the only Arsenal fan at school, able to talk to them. And yeah, I think I cannot believe that someone is paying me to watch football. Like my bum is in the butter. How did I get so lucky? Yeah.
I see. Great. We're still talking to Julia. We'll take a quick break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Paula Amaboni. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm seated with Julia Stewart. Julia, I was going through your Instagram and I chanced upon the post, like the best advice you received, just stay in your lane, comparison is the thief of joy. Does that still remain like one of your favorite advice?
Yeah. People will try and say, oh, did you see what, hey Paula, did you see what your colleague is doing? Hey Paula, did you see your colleague's got this and that's happening, and you'll see on Instagram, oh, this one got to go to this game, or this one got to interview that, or she owns this item of clothing, or she has this kind of bag, and you'll spend your whole day miserable. Like, it's so important to understand. I've said this in the earlier part of the interview. The things that are meant for you won't possible. It's the hardest thing to know and to believe. How come someone's getting this right? When is my turn? The things that are meant for you will come for you. And the older I get, the more I work in this industry, I think back to things I missed out on. Oh, why didn't I get to work on that tournament? But other things have come and maybe better suited to me. I saw an interview recently with Letitia Wright from Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I love this. She said, it's not rejection, it's redirection. And when you feel rejected or something that you wanted maybe isn't happening for you, it's very easy to compare yourself. But like the quote says, it's the thief of joy. You won't enjoy where you are right now.
Just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, honey. It's nice here. There's no traffic. You can drive however fast or slow you want to. Yeah, it's great.
It's still one of the best advice. I also love to say whatever got my name on it is not going to pass me by. It's something I say, but yeah, I love that you also said it too.
You have to be your own competition. When I started, those words, people will say, this one, did you see what this one is doing? Oh, how come this one? And it's always women. They divide and conquer. is the way people try and deal with women. We also do it ourselves. We try and internalize it ourselves. But why? Can we also form a girls' club? Can we also change the culture from within? Can we also start to understand that things that are mine will be mine?
Exactly.
And maybe that's meant for me in that moment. Maybe something else wasn't meant for me.
Great.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah. So, Julia, coming from South Africa, going to the world stage, Sports International, would you say that the space is big enough to accommodate other women?
Yeah, 100%. There is so much space for everyone to shine, whether that be here in Ghana, on the Accra sports scene. I met so many TV broadcasters yesterday. So I know that there are a lot of women in sport, in the city, let alone this country. And we make a mistake. We think that there's only space for one woman to do well, but that's not true. There's space for everyone. And some people might be online, some people might be on TV, some
radio.
people might be radio, some people might specialize in pitch side reporting, some people might specialize in studio anchoring, some might be great with podcasts. You just have to find what works for you and what you love.
Great. So who are some of the well-known female broadcasters? In Ghana, we say we have Juliet Bewa.
Yes, I know Juliet Bewa. I was with her at the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was also doing some work for Supersport there. My friend Chisom Mbono Ezuke, she's from Nigeria. She is amazing. And what I love about her, she's so passionate about telling stories. And she is really passionate about telling Nigerian football stories. She produces as well, so I think she's brilliant. She's one I really look up to, her storytelling ability. And then I know that cricket isn't big here, but Cass Naidu is a powerhouse of a woman. She's South African.
Okay.
She works cricket on Supersport, and she does tours and stuff for Sky as well. Cass runs a foundation and a set of women's awards called the G Sports for Girls Awards, and she is phenomenal. The way she started the website to tell women's sports stories, women in sports, the way she started the awards, and it grows year on year. I actually posted it last year.
Okay.
I don't know how she does it because she has a family and she does this job herself, by the way, and then she still runs a foundation and does all these amazing things that highlights and bring the profile of women's sport more into the spotlight. So I really look up to her, not because she's a fantastic broadcaster, which she is, but because she's using her power for good to help others come up, to mentor others, and also to put women's sport on the map.
Great. So there are a lot of women who are also in sports, doing things that would also, more of encourage young people who want to get into the field. Now, I know, let's talk more of women football. You've covered the FIFA Women's Cup and all that. It's a big deal and all that. But I just want to find out, do you think how possible, because some people, I'm not even going to say some people, I will testify that when it comes to the Men's World Cup, there's a lot of eyeballs and all that. There's a whole lot, everybody want to know what is going on. What can we do to also ensure that when it gets to the FIFA Women's World Cup, we get a lot of attention and all the euphoria that it is, like, do better?
I do think that the FIFA Women's World Cup was fantastic the last time around, and I think the fallback from that, we saw Spain promising to put more money into their local league. And I know that in China as well, in the USA, they were going to put more money into it because the FIFA Women's World Cup were getting the highest number of TV viewers that they ever had before. The Women's Euros final was sold out at Wembley last year. I think there is improvement. Sponsors are stepping up to the plate. It's not even about equality. Although teams like this American women's team deserve to get the same amount, if not more, money than the men's team, because they won multiple World Cups. Last time, I know the US was back at the World Cup at Qatar 2022, but before that, they didn't even qualify. So in those cases, yes, they need to be rewarded. It's definitely about sponsorship and TV. And how it works is the more women in leadership roles in sponsorship can decide where the money goes. The more women in leadership roles in TV can decide where the money goes, where the rights go, what they're going to show. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of men who messaged me to say, loved your work on the FIFA Women's World Cup semi-final of us. Great that they're watching. I think we're changing it. Not even slowly anymore. You know, I think female athletes are becoming household names, are household names already. Not just because there's a daughter in the house who plays football. But I want to say that the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup in South Africa was just completed. Sold out stadiums.
Great.
Sold out stadiums.
And making
that is all
progress.
about the marketing.
Great.
That is also all about the ICC as a sporting body saying we need sellouts. And they've managed it. It was phenomenal. There was obviously a lot of celebration, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement because South Africa reached the final, the Momentum Proteas. They lost, unfortunately, but it was their first ever final. So, you know, if we can repeat that, if we can replicate that in football, mind you, Barcelona was reaching record crowds for their Women's Champions League matches. And so I think we're getting there. I don't think women's football, maybe in Africa, the mentality is still busy changing.
Yeah,
maybe that's what you mean. But I think worldwide,
Great.
we are getting there, girl.
Great. For the international, I think we are getting there and all that. But then locally on our continent, what can we do to get more eyeballs and all that?
We need to get women in power, in positions of power. And the women who are in positions of power need to back women. Because sometimes you find that it's harder. Like coming up, I was having this discussion with Nana Aba Anoma, and she said to me, the people who have helped her in her career, when she thinks back, it's been a lot of men, like giving her a show, giving her a space, or encouraging her. Then I thought back to my own career. Robert Marawa, that's the person who said to me, be on my show. That's the first chance I got on TV. That's where people first saw me. My first news editors were men.
Wow.
So why are we not changing that in this day and age? You know, the women, the people who've made my life difficult at work, unfortunately, have been women. So why are women not helping other women and women's sports? The people who are big sponsors at CAF, we have women who are involved. Why are they not doing more? In my own country, I have to say, women's teams, every professional team does not have a women's team as well, and that's long past time for that to happen. You know. Mamelodi Sundowns doing so well in the CAF Women's Champions League. They won it. They were in the final. They represent, but not every team in our professional league has a women's team.
We have to do better. If it's starting from the stations, positions, and all that, we have to do better. And as I say, if we get to the top, we also have to create room for other women to follow that path. But do you see a female head in CAF maybe one time soon?
I don't know about our attitude within this continent. I don't know if we're ready for it.
We're ready for it.
Not that there's no woman who can lead.
We have a lot.
It's not that.
We have.
Are we ready for it? To accept?
Great.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we're born ready. It's just that some people might think that, oh, she's not qualified. The whole thing that comes with it. But then trust me, if we're given that position, we can do way better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that women are not ready. It's the mentality of people, men and women, to say, can a woman do it? Can a woman lead? And the strange thing is, she won't just be judged on the job she's doing. She'll be judged on how she looks, who she associates with, what her hair's like, what clothes she's wearing. That's what we still face.
But I love your style. Come to clothes. I love your style, the way you style. But wait, but between sneakers and heels, what are you going to go for?
Depends.
Depends.
On the occasion. If I can get away with wearing sneakers every day, I will do that. Obviously not now. I'm wearing flip-flops right now, sandals, because it's so hot here
in Ghana.
But yeah, especially in the World Cup, I curated my own look.
Yeah.
With help from our Super Sport stylist. We have help. We have an amazing stylist at Super Sport.
Great.
Her name is Taryn. She doesn't just do style. She does image consulting.
Great.
So you say, this is what I want to look like. This is the brand I want to project.
And she creates it.
Yeah.
I love your style, definitely. If I was supposed to rate your closet, I would not waste a minute. Yeah.
It's difficult. I buy so much clothes because it's work clothes and real life clothes. And yeah, if I have like 5 different black blazers because, you have to 3 or 4 times a week. So
exactly.
You can't wear the same. Taryn won't let us wear one outfit twice in a season.
Oh.
She's crazy like that. Like, no one remembers. I remember. That's what she'll say.
The image is important too.
Very. I've had to learn that. I never knew that. Starting out in this business, I thought,
anything goes.
And we have to wear those boxy big blazers and a shirt. We are not men And men know we are not men. Even if you dress like a man, they know.
I get
love
that.
what you're wearing as well, though. So
Thank you.
I think you have your own thing going on.
Thank you, Julia. Now, before we wrap, I just want to find out who are your favorite Ghanaian players?
Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey.
Okay.
I hope he wins the Premier League.
We
this
too.
season.
I'm also an Arsenal fan, so
amazing.
That makes us
Arsenal
too.
fans are so traumatized. People think we care about being top and falling off top. We are just enjoying life.
I felt like we were so close to it, but hey,
no. I'm just enjoying that we're playing beautiful football and winning. I have not seen that in a long time. I was at the Emirates Stadium and even to watch Arsenal beat Man United.
Okay.
And even the mood in the stadium is just different.
Crazy.
So, love Thomas Partey. Riyad Mahrez, I think, is one who is very underrated in that Man City team. But he's phenomenal.
Great.
Mo Salah, of course.
Mo Salah too.
Just African footballers in general, and Sadio Mane.
Sadio.
Hey, what happened when he left
Sadio.
Liverpool? Right. So then from Ghana as well, of course, my friend Asamoah Gyan, your legend. Absolutely adore him. What a guy. He's the reason I'm here. He put me in touch with Nana
great.
Asamoah. Yes.
Shout out to Asamoah.
Yeah, shout out to Baby Jets. I think Kudus.
Mohamed Kudus too.
Phenomenal.
He's one of our star players.
And he's going to make a really, really big, not that Ajax isn't big, but he's going to make an even bigger move. I think Tariq Lamptey.
He told me to have interview.
He told me to have jollof rice here. Yes, we were interviewing him for Supersport and Premier League. So those are some of the ones I love currently. Thomas Partey, number one for me at the moment.
Okay.
What he's doing this season and the role he's playing is just phenomenal.
Great. Now, the women footballers for the Nigerian footballer who plays for Barcelona, Asante Oshoala.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think that they haven't given her flowers. Do you think that she's celebrated enough?
I think so. I think she is. You know what it is? It's Putellas is winning all the Ballon d'Ors and she's winning all the FIFA awards. So it feels like Asante Oshoala isn't getting the same kind of recognition.
But she's an amazing player.
No,
she is
superstar.
amazing.
I don't think anyone doesn't think that she isn't.
Great.
We have some phenomenal female players from South Africa, Banyana ladies, who are doing such big things and they are playing internationally. It is brilliant to see, man. Brilliant to see. Like we have Tembi Kgatlana who's playing in America right now. There's Jermaine Seposenwe who's doing well. There's Jeline van Beek who's doing well. There's Linda Mutlalo. Like all our girls are just making waves overseas and they are household names. I'm not ashamed to say when I started, and maybe only knew Portia Modise, I could name 1 or 2 South African female players' names. Now, probably the whole starting 11 I can do.
I see.
Amazing, amazing. That's change. That's change. If a woman who is speaking on football can tell you that,
a lot. That's change.
Yeah.
So great. Final one. Who is the GOAT in football? Let me just get it from Julia.
I think this is, I'm sorry, with all due respect, such a silly question.
Really?
Because
the debate?
Yeah.
The GOAT debate,
Do you
know,
know
so
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo? Messi's not paying me to say he's the GOAT. I watch both and enjoy both. The records that they have been setting, the fact that they are still playing at this age and maturing like fine South African wine, it is remarkable to me. Just shows that the mind is the most powerful thing. Some of the goals that we've seen them score, some of the records that we've seen them break, long-standing records from men like Diego Maradona, from men like Pele, those kinds of things that we are seeing and witnessing right now. I'm getting involved in no debates.
Yeah. So even with the GOAT, it doesn't really have to boil down to Messi or Ronaldo. Like you mentioned Pele or not. Pele still is my greatest, but the current one would just choose Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, before we wrap up, Julia, your final words, your advice to women as we celebrate International Women's Day, to a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space and all that. What would your advice be to that person?
It's such a hard one. How do you sum it up? It's going to be difficult. There is no easy path to it.
Great.
And as long as you maintain your integrity, as long as you do what you are comfortable with, as long as you give your best every day,
you've got it.
You've got this. Yeah,
Great.
you absolutely have got this. That's all. There's no secret to it. There's no special spice,
Do it.
no recipe, no. It's just about doing you, because your power is that no one is like you. There's only one you.
Thank
so
you.
just show up every day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julia. It was a pleasure. It was an honor sitting with you to,
Thank
you
you
know,
for having
talk
me.
everything sports and all that. Yeah, great, great. So I did this with Julia Stewart. She is broadcaster with Sports International. We had an amazing conversation with Talk Women's Sports. It was a 360. I know that you really enjoyed this interview. Special one on Sports Check. I am Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all. enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
My guest for this episode of Everyday People is with one vibrant young man who says his fire can't cool because there are lots of things happening in the country he doesn't understand. Let's get into the life of Emmanuel and understand where he is coming from. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abigail Johnson. Boache. Good afternoon. Bache today.
Bache. Yeah. As usual.
As usual. Please explain.
Oh, like before no na Jumano, yes, I say oh, nothing's well right by now. Now the since I not pay by 1 pen I'm going to know. And now you say the day is slow. Jumano knew itself first.
1 pen I no 3 hours, 4 hours near them no then out there.
Me can say it adding so at times so a season it from 12 1 going at times so. More for now going there, hope we will get more trips to to do.
Bike in the audio.
Yeah, personal bike. Yeah.
You sound fluent and eloquent in a way. What school could do here, fam?
Technical University, Polytechnic, Accra Poly.
Accra Poly. What happened?
Oh, me and as a personal now, me a technician on my own. Yeah, you want me in San Luis Madida. Yeah. Technician for underwater divers, and machine shop for cars, and also hydraulic machines. When it comes to hydraulic machine, pneumatic compressors, engineering aspect. Yeah, that's where I am. Yeah.
Ernestina, now you what they say Uber delivery.
Oh, we school that was 2020, and we started 2017. In June 17 later, many times started. Accra Poly 2017, but I completed on 2020. See, after NSS, now Juman, like things were very, 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 very down. Nyama say, and madam for being introducing me to delivery Juman, and so I say, and so me yeah, bedu baby now, yeah, so I have to switch from normal delivery to boat. Yeah, and for now the boats na me.
Say technical way we just one man I said.
Oh, yeah, na Ghana they go school their certificate me here the cry. Oh, yeah, Gina humi.
You my way sure.
Oh, me new one sure.
Hey,
my bomb second class up at least engineering. Now me Timothy so ultimate of mine. Yeah, train say slave ship me ba na join yakobi. Now
slave ship bang.
Never find na no ko na madam near cost there.
What you know he says baby.
Oh, yeah, hope he say baby you.
Willing to go through that ordeal again.
In Africa, and you go to hell, double hell. Double hell now I call Africa now, especially Ghana.
Why?
Because of bad leadership. Why? Because my two let's say Togo, Benin, offshore, I in Jumape. Abrophobia may interactive with them. Africa, bad leadership. Always. Even contractors employ still they do not. You go and work, the payments better than the problem. Only recently, one man be a man on the within this one. I'm sorry. The friend Moses Kate, one of the best scaffolders in Ghana. Or on Krawachem. Me was scaffolding certificate. Ejuma ba or friend me call near there.
It means you don't solely depend on the delivery thing, no.
But for now, the idea me depending on because I edit church bills in kakra. But aside that, hand to mouth, you can't do anything. Madam, you can't do this thing for 5 years. No. Though I started 3 years now, but always I speak to myself, say, no, I can't be doing this alone. What you want to say, you look at the number of cars that you have to swerve just to deliver one thing. The risk involved is very high. So, I just last week, Friday, One of our guys just had an accident here and he died. This work is very dangerous, so I don't know. But for now, no option mine. So we will just manage it like that.
So are you taking the fact that it's an option over the risk of you dying?
Yeah, because if I don't do this, what else can I do now for now?
Have you tried further? Ebia 2021, I say 2022 now the coin away. Ebia in 2023, when you take the certificate to another place, you might get it. Have you tried it or you've not bothered?
Like anka ye benfia anka meyi mi wo mititema mi check am side o. Ka meyi applications am actually any CVs I would. Me dey apply na me
It happens. So are you giving up on looking for a job?
I've tried several times, but I'm not getting it. So, but I'm still on it. Yeah, I keep applying. So we are hoping to see to have a good result. So yeah, just a result probably be few more bad, but for now, yeah, for now.
Okay. So you really speak passionately. I don't even know what to say at the moment. But then right now you cannot be doing this forever. Sure. So right now you don't seem so enthused about using your certificate. What else you want to do in case someone comes forward right now and says, Ima, I have help for you, I have this offer for you? What kind of offer would you be expecting?
I want to leave this country. Period. Not to waste about that. No.
Why do you want to leave Ghana?
Madam, no. Ghana, they forget. Bye. You man, back a Ghana, yeah, fine. But to me, well, and let me catch up from beginning. Is all about leadership. Leaders now, you have here, almost the same. You're my failure. Bibianye, uko kanzi si anso ana. Ube interview, the comment section. You even bet to young people, but we the youth affect here, and it hurts we most than anyone else. You need the future. Niami catch we. Me never for people do don't know how to coin. Why?
What if you can stay behind a public
help? Help who? Nipa na ono be pija me now. Ye nyina ya boy ehun onye. So who am I going to help or you never for yourself? How sure are you that when you travel out you are going to make it? If our colleagues are not making it, then what that mindset say you understand? And even if payment no man one and yeah, but at least we can manage it. Why not? Yet your man will say build the future what they are. I think no, that's not the way to go. No.
Let's come back to your job. That emunye no, how much I do get? The emunye no.
Oh well, Mimi said yeah, mean to be more figure about me yen weekly. It be a weekly emunya, be a 500, 600. Mimi ye Monday.
That emunye no.
Emunya be 800,000. 1,000 bra me brain wo. Enu matching the whole Accra. No.
Who this cow? Who employ me?
We force the commission, either Yango or Vitesse or both. So you just wire calculation in Senebeka. Every weekend scrap prepaid at Mitompo. Nyagro. I always buy about 100 cedis prepaid every week. Me in Canada for one fridge, you see, I'm missing me call complain. 100 cedis. And I say me produce pure water, now say me use it for fabrication, a machine simple, 100 cedis a week. Why? One fridge.
What if someone is offering you money to stay in Ghana and use your certificate to fabricate machines or whatever for us? Won't you do it?
If Kantaka is molding can, we are not buying. What am I going to fabricate for my fellow Ghanaians to buy? Even our own things, we are not patronizing. So what else? Though we have the knowledge, I have the skills to do anything that I can want. Me. Yeah, my imagine say we have people, other colleagues with masters or masters. Ni nejuma asay the company or no hand onya mba empon ba obehunu wa ono company egu na me get HND. Oh bro that ntina abanisa but minim nya make problem because leadership in your failure. But for now the nya ye wonya ye pese be ye bet this Ghana no I don't know minim dia minkano first uba betu ye wa na nyina ye juma nyama akoso.
So we're doing this up if you Ghana, I think.
Near me boss, the whole machine shop. Boom. Those days, you call offshore versus a wood draw. It do my on the to shop. This is then I'm going to fabricate. Edema. Though maybe I bet my power and say me met my size and I conquer. Yeah, but for now, the mindset is free mind. Enjoy my baby.
This is the story of Ima. He believes that the only way he can make it is to travel out of Ghana. He doesn't believe that he can achieve anything in this country. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abigail Johnson. Join us for the next edition next week. Stay tuned.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
anything concerning the gospel of fraternity, you are not supposed to put it out there for people to know that we are sitting to my go for a one thing.
Today, I have here with me two legendary veteran Ghanaian gospel singers. I have the singular honor to present to you the Tego sisters. I don't know, I'm very excited about this one because I grew up listening to them and I'm getting so much nostalgic right now in the studio.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Thank you, dear.
You're looking so beautiful,
And
I
you
must
too.
say. Evergreen. Okay, there's this particular song of yours I like so much. Fabibiara mano, Fabibiara mano, Tima funyami, Beka mauda, so wasemka, Wanyami kebi mao, so tokwakua, Wanyami kebi mao, Fabibiara mano, Fabibiara mano. Hey, live performance. Oh, I'm so blessed to have you here.
Yeah, thank
so
you.
welcome.
Amen.
So how is it like, let's come on a lighter note. How is it being twins?
Hey.
Is there any special thing about
yes,
being
yes,
twins?
yes,
I mean
yes.
the telepathy. I hear stories like that. How true is it?
It's true.
Yeah.
Being a twin is not perchance, but it's a blessing. As if you're a twin, because you normally don't come.
Yeah, just like
anyhow. It comes by blessing. It's we are blessed. That's why God brought somebody to come so that everything that you people do is together. We can say something together at once, because the mind and the hearts are the same. But sometimes it goes the way God wants it to go. But it happens in a way that it doesn't happen all the time. Like a sister and sister, no. If you're a twin, you're special, and everything concerning you is a special thing.
And you feel each other's pain.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow. I heard stories about your background growing up, the struggles, and I heard one interesting one about the mixing of the concrete. And I was trying to imagine how mommy, like, the two of you would go about that, you know. Can you, throw a little light on it for us?
We grew up at Achimota.
Yeah.
And
Achimota girls.
Achimota girls, yeah. Achimota. Vacations, we don't go anywhere, we don't travel. So what we have to do to help my mom. My mom was sad. Do you know Banfo Pesi?
Yes, I
know.
Yes, I know. My mom has shown it to me before.
Really?
Yes.
He has to prepare some. So we have to follow my mom to go and sell.
It.
And when there's yam season.
Say pusa,
So besides that, we have to go to Achimota news station. That place was a stone quarry. So we have to go to Domi. We walk from Achimota to Domi to go and buy sugar cane and then the oranges. We'll come and put it down as we are carrying some of the stones. After 12, we come and sit at the back of my sugar cane and start selling.
What's Anka war?
I didn't know. You know, and there's at that time that area was not developed, so people are coming around, building around. So we have to go and carry some of the blocks,
blocks.
You know. And this girl will start missing the mortar with skills, you know.
I'm trying to imagine.
Oh yeah.
Wow, and carrying so your hair.
But by God's grace, God has been so good. We are here.
So single-handedly, your mom was the only one taking care of you
Exactly.
throughout.
Before we met adopted father, I couldn't feed Nana Wood. Nana Wood, I couldn't feed the second. So he adopted. He was building. That's where he found out that why these small girls are carrying all these things. So the former hotel, Nana, they live just behind the wall. Where's your mom? My mom is going to work. That time my mom works at Accra High School. So when she's not there, we have to do what the man got to do, what man got to do. So the man saw the way we were, helping ourselves, trying to do something. He can see that we want to do something for ourselves. So he decided to adopt us because we can speak Tree, Fanti, and English too. The children can speak Fanti and English. So if you can speak Fanti, it means the children will be okay. So this girl, she was a daddy's daughter, because daddy's girl, because everything was a rosary, and then she was enjoying. At that time I was living with a reverend minister. I was being beaten. Oh yes. So the man told my mom that no, the twins, we should not separate us. So we have to be together. So my mom has to come. There was an incident. Kaka said she wouldn't allow me to go back. I have to come and stay with her. So I came back and never go back. I said, hey, they would any. She was enjoying it though. Yeah. Oh, wow, she was enjoying. So she wanted me to come and join her to, enjoy ourselves because we were tired. And besides that, we were going to studios to back people, just to get small alawa. You see, City Kubari, Jaulu here, Jaulu. At that time, Funky Town, the disco. He decided to set up a studio for recordings. So when American people, Americans started recorded African. We Are the World. We Are the World, and he said that his version, African response to the world. So he started singing, we are Yeni, we are see Tuniye, Yeni Kwada, Se Ebe Ye, if mine wo, Mtima Yensum, Ekwe Biwo. Ye betu mia faso, ye nina, ye betu mia ye, mene wo. It was that time Afro Moses, the African, that guy, Afro Moses.
Okay, that's really nice.
When we say we'll dig, or we'll dive. Into a
So let's look at those times, how it was for you, like with regards to your career. Was there tight competition at that particular time when you people were up? When you had the likes of Susie and Matt, Jane and Bennett.
There were no competition. They were not there before. There were two sisters called Kwashi sisters. That's our role models.
Oh, okay.
Our role models. Yeah. They are in the US. One is no more. One is there. Two. Yeah, we're three. Okay. Yeah. So when we started, there was like Mary Gansa.
Stella Abasio.
No, Mary Gansa. And the Tigo sisters. For some time, then Abasio also came in. Then Reverend Kusibeku also came in. And then,
what about Dinah Hobson?
Dinah Hobson, the late crowd. At the end of the day, they are all in there. You understand? For me to see you going up and down, I would think that you have to calm down. Why do I have to think that? Well, I'm working for who? I'm not working for myself. I'm working for God. So anything that I'm doing, I make sure I give the glory to God. If He receives it, then I receive my joy. Why do I have to come and compete with you? Because what you are singing, I'm not singing the same thing. What I have, you don't have. The way I do mine, you don't do it. It's the same. So I don't think there was competition between musicians now that everybody is biting, talking here, social media is all over. Somersaulting. No, that's not social media. If you want to receive call, you have to go to Circle. You want to receive call, you have to go to Circle. Now you can sit at home, you can go anywhere, you can just type and you are there. No.
Talk of backbiting and all those things that you just spoke about. It brings me to raising concerns in recent times that there's an alleged or there are rumors that the gospel fraternity somehow there's no unity amongst
It's
you
alleged.
guys.
So we'll take it as alleged. Because all these
almost
things,
a secular acts in the crowd more unified same.
you know what? We are all Christians. We all go to the same place. We do the same thing. We do everything like normal worshiping. Whatever we have to do, we do the same. But you see, you can never be me, and I can never be you. The gospel song that we are singing is not something like a story tell. It's a message, and whatever a message you are carrying across, I don't think if you understand what you are carrying across will determine for you to do things that is not supposed to be. It has to attach to the work that you are doing. Did you call yourself as a musician? How did you decide to sing? It's a gift God gives us. We know that what we are doing is a gift God has given us. Because we were catering before, we were seamstress before, but we chose the one is in us. It's not for anybody. And what I'm doing, you can never be me. Somebody was telling me, why are you talking like your voice has changed? It's like just the night. I was just talking to somebody, say, your voice changed. It's like PC Esther. No. My voice is different from PC Esther. You understand? I have a very deep voice. Sometimes in the morning, I don't even pick calls. When I pick, hello? Hello, sir. Please, can I talk to my P? Hey, talk whatever you have to talk and stop what you are doing. But sometimes, if you know the one who have called you, like a company, and we have called all of us. I can do IT. You can do IT. You can do different things. And this is what we are talking about. So why am I competing with you? What you can do, I can do. But I have to do
So you agree that there's competition?
I don't want you to say competition.
So what is really going on?
If you understand what you are doing, you don't have to compete with anybody. You understand?
Wow.
For me, I'm not competing with anybody. I'm not competing with anybody. If you're a professor, you understand? I'm also a professor in myself. Yes. What I hate is anything concerning the gospel fraternity. You are not supposed to put it out there for people to know that we are sitting to go for one thing. Okay, I say. Do you have to put it out there so people to put your nose in there? People are commenting and they are talking about you. I mean, what is it?
With regards to what you're saying, I think Christianes made a statement yesterday about secular arts being paid less than gospel artists being paid less as compared to secular artists.
Where are they paying less? When
they go for events, organizers pay secular artists, let's say 5,000, and they pay gospel artists 5,000, and they pay secular artists like 100,000 Ghana cedis.
You're talking about 1 billion?
Yeah. Some of them take as much as that.
You see,
Oh yeah, some of them even charge in dollars.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, you see what he was saying is true. Why? Because the people, those people are not accepting us the way we are. Because if you know what I'm doing, maybe I can perform better than the secular.
You mean they don't see your value?
Yes.
Even Christian fraternity, not the musicians. Our own Christians go to sell your ticket.
Your ticket here. You're talking about your tickets in the church. You see, I come to church here. Where are we, Jolu? I pay my dues, I pay my tithes, offerings. at the end of the day, if I'm about to do something in the church where I am, where I worship, I have to pay money before I can use the premises.
Promote your church.
Even if the premises, if for them to announce that we have to support our own.
You have to pay something.
No, I'm talking about doing the program at the premises.
At the premises of
That's where I worship. That's where I pay my tithe. That's where I pay my.
Oh, your own church.
Your own church.
Wow.
That's where I pay my dues. That's where I pay everything concerning the church that I have to give. That's what I do. But at the end of the day, when you are about to lunch, do your lunching, hey, trouble for you. They will tell you you have to pay for the generator and then the cleaners and whatever. So they will always give you a budget for you to pay.
And this is a church you attend.
Yeah. And it hurts so much that it means that the pastor there or the elders, elders, they will tell you,
you don't value.
They don't value what you do for the church.
We preach through melody. So if pastor is preaching, you invite pastor to come and preach, and you invite you to come and sing. Even if you don't
go hand in hand.
You see, we don't Christian before we don't like to look like me piscate and me sorry or no. I need
us
for us. We don't.
Are you talking about us?
We don't sound like when you are there, finished singing, coming.
We have to pay you. First, we're not thinking of that. But now,
You mean you don't think of the business side of the job?
At first.
But now, everything, anything concerning God's business is money.
You are tired of the God bless yous.
Oh, the handshake. Sometimes it's a Pentecostal handshake.
That's why now
we have a manager. The manager has to, the company has to run. Because it says ministry, it has to run. It runs with money. We have people that we work with. We buy fuel. Even coming here, we have to buy fuel. And then phone calls, we have to buy top up. All these things go with money. Anything you do now goes with money. First, there was not a lot of things that we do with it doesn't matter. First, they gave when we go to Kumasi, coming back, suitcase. So you have your clothes, your scarves, everything. You have it. You're not going. So the only thing you need is your transportation.
Let's take a breather. We'll be right back to continue with the interview. Don't go away.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty but very twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
If you just joined us, you are still watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we are still here chit-chatting with the legendary Tego sisters. Now we are delving into their 40-year anniversary journey and what they have in store for their fans, their upcoming projects and all of that. So, yes.
Thank you.
Who do I start with?
Don't go there. Come here.
Okay, I'm coming here.
Yes.
40 years in the game is no joke.
Trust me.
At all. At all. So, can you give us a little, spotlight about how it has been for you?
It's not easy. You've said it, good. But God has been so good. We cannot do without God, and without Him directing us, it's not easy. Because so far as we are living with a human being, it's not easy. But God always make a way that will bring us to
it seems to be the way.
The stage that we have to get to. But going the way forward.
Going forward.
Going forward. Going forward. As we said before, it wasn't easy. Working here, going to studios, making sure that people, we backing people like Papa Jansen. Upside down.
Accidents.
Oh, you were once backing vocalists for Papa Jansen?
Yeah. Oh, we're backing them at the studios.
Oh, okay.
Not a
G-man. There's so much
gone into it.
Okay.
But
God has been so good.
As God said.
So wait, looking at your journey, it means you nearly diverted to high life.
No.
After that one
is out.
My mama will kill me.
Because you were rolling with high life people.
Oh no, it's just a shabu.
This mama
shabu.
You know?
Shabu, then you get
small money for
something that to take you somewhere.
We decided not to do, boys and girls thing. So we decided to work for ourselves to get what we want.
Boys and girls thing.
Yeah.
Like being promiscuous.
I don't know.
No, today even when we're coming, they were saying something on the radio that 13-year-old, 14, they are going for, first say, they are going to hospital to take injection for them not to get pregnant.
You mean birth control?
Birth control.
13 years. 13
years. 14. They were talking.
I see.
In the news.
That they are saying that I have to go. I don't want to get pregnant.
Wow.
At that time, you cannot go out without your mom say go. Hey,
she'll go and I'll get beaten. Because
for me going there, I like movies. I like watching movies. So I have to go to
Mom said,
to where or
you're the eldest. Why didn't you tell her not to go?
But I've already
She will force.
But God has been so good. so good. For 40 years.
Ups and down.
Some accidents in and out there. But God has been so good. We have escaped from the smell of the fire. And then we just maneuver up to today that we are here.
We thank God for
It's
that.
not good. It's not easy.
Yeah.
But God has been so good. We don't have to talk too much about whatever
The accidents and operations and whatever.
Yes.
It's all...
So we decided to go and live in London. But for me, this weather,
So we have to come back. We
The
love her.
scars, they say, are all parts of the journey. One day you show something for it. Yes.
Precisely.
Yeah. What do you have for your fans? You've starved them for a while.
Yeah. They should watch out.
Do you have anything lined up?
There's a lot.
With regards to your anniversary? Who wants
They
to
should watch out
speak?
for Tego Sisters. We are coming.
Okay.
I mean, before we used to mount this billboards here and there all over Ghana. We've been going round. But this time, for us being silent for some time,
we are coming like Kakai. Huh? Are we?
You're coming like Kakai.
Sometimes God will put you somewhere to groom you again the way He wants you to go, so that when you come out, how you are going to send the message across. So this is the time for us to, God has opened the way for us to come to do what He wants us to do. Sometimes you can do some things not your way. But you have to do things in God's way. So in God's own time, He brings you out for you to do some things to change the atmosphere. You understand me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we are here to change the atmosphere. Life begins at 40. So we are going to try to turn things around. The clouds and then the surface.
Okay.
But now we have a new manager.
Okay.
They are trying to make sure that the Tego sisters at 40
are well structured.
Yes. Things that where we should not go, where we should go. And they have to bring all these things to make sure that our ministry is focused to do what God wants us to do. His name is Ni.
Nia, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
So we need you to shed some light on your rundown
40 years.
of activities for the 40 years.
That's right.
We've lined up a lot of activities to herald the 40 years anniversary. So one, there's going to be a concert in all the regions, as our strength can carry
All
us.
the 16 regions.
All the 16 regions.
Wow.
That's what we intend to do, because we want every Tom, Dick, and Harry of a Ghanaian to have a taste of this wonderful gospel music God has given us. It will start in Accra, where we have a celebration of the Tagos. That's the name of a concert. And this celebration, we are not only bringing together, as we call, gospel artists to come and celebrate them. We are bringing other artists outside the gospel
You
to
mean
come.
secular acts?
You can call. I don't want to call them secular artists, but outside the gospel as it is.
Can you mention some names?
So
Or it will be a spoiler?
no, it won't be a spoiler at all.
Okay, so
we have Kwabna. We have Kwame Eugene. We have Pat Thomas. We have Kofi Kinata.
Wow.
We have Asabia Cropper. And these are the names that is outside what you call the gospel.
You are not bringing
musician.
Shatawale.
Well, I mean, they are friends, so Shatawale can pull a surprise on that day, But the good thing is that all the musicians that are coming to sing their songs
Oh,
to
okay.
celebrate them.
Wow.
Yeah, so you see Kofi Kinata singing like Yedin Kunim or
Nyame Ekesi.
Nyame Ekesi. So we're going to
Akamate
portion the
Te.
songs to each of the musicians to sing as they sit and watch them celebrate the tables. So that's how it's going to be. Then we have other gospel musicians as well coming in. We have Amy Newman. We have Stella Seal. We have Mary Gansa. We have Ohima Messi. We have the reigning gospel artist of the year, that is PC Esther. And then Joe Metal as well is in there. Nanaya Wasari. I don't know the last time we heard about Naya Doman Kuma. Then we have Reverend Yaps. I mean, these are people that we are trying to bring together because they started with them. Reverend Yoss and the Indefatigable Man, of course, he's been writing most of their songs to them. He's also going to be there as part of the musicians to celebrate this wonderful twins. Then the next week is we're going to have a foundation dinner. And then, because they have a foundation, as they told you, which has been there for the past 10 years, which, I mean, that's one thing that really strikes my heart anytime I want to talk about it, because it's a foundation for twins and children. And they are twins. So it's only twins who knows the needs and wants of twins. So they have this foundation, and for the past 10 years that it's been in existence, they have been bankrolling this foundation from their own pockets. And every year, they go to places, donate. They go to maternity ward to pay hospital bills of twins, of mothers who have given birth to twins that they cannot afford. They do that. They go to orphanage homes to donate, and every year they do this thing out of their pocket. So we're going to do a dinner, a fundraising dinner. We're going to raise 10 million Ghana cedis as a seed capital to invest into the foundation, so that going forward, if they need a riser for them to go and do any donation, any philanthropic gestures, they can dwell into or go into the coffers and then help the needy. So this is what we intend to do. And this too, which is the concert and then the dinner, will be replicated in Ashanti region, in the western region, in the northern region, in all the regions.
That's huge.
Yes,
Thank you.
That's a big one.
Wow. That's really huge.
Very huge.
Okay, that's nice.
So we need hands. We need people to partner us, come on board with us to make sure that these children also will grow up. As we said, we had an adopted father. So if we cannot adopt them, we can help them to do something for them. Maybe we have doctors, lawyers, teachers, presidents, first ladies are in there. So it's our joy that we see that these girls are okay. Some of them are universities. Some of them are out from the university now. They are working, and the rest also are there. So we need hands. The corporates should come on board to help us. If also you partner us and you look for them, and then we all come, all hands on deck, we do that.
Okay.
Okay, one thing that is very vital to this celebration is sponsorship, which she has made mention of. And I pray and hope that corporate organizations will come on board to not only to sponsor this, but to partner us to do this.
Press one last line.
A song? Order for Ben, cry, Netty, so we me. Oji for Ben, cry, you didn't be to would I when you young, why him was through, but I see so, the way the G and cry. Oh, Yami, you're doomed fool. Yami, you're doomed fool. Wabe, Wajien, a free and him was sim. Oh, wow, woman, it's a Kenyina. Yami, you're doomed fool. Oh, doomed fool, can see. I didn't so doomed fool. Yankanyine J, we are quenchire fopa, wo say aye. That's what Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Also, soon we've come to an end of this conversation. You can see they are 40 years, but their voices are still evergreen, silky, smooth, you know. And we are blessed to have them on this edition of Talkatainment. We'll catch you another time. Till then, stay blessed. My name is Elsie Lama, and we are out.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register.
Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder.
Yes.
So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder.
Welcome to Legal Agenda. My name is Matilda Boatenati, and today we are looking at the general human rights issues in the country. I have with me here Genevieve Patterson, who is the country director for Amnesty International Ghana, to help us discuss this. You are welcome, Madam Genevieve.
Thank you so much, Matilda.
First of all, I will congratulate you for helping Ghana, your continuous call for the abolishment of death penalty, making Ghana the 29th in Africa.
Yes.
Can you throw more light on this and how you were able to make this come to pass?
Yes, so thank you so much for congratulating us. In fact, it was a group effort. Okay. We had a coalition of CSOs and other partners who believed in the abolition of the death penalty. It's been something that Amnesty International has been doing for years now. We've been fighting for the abolition of the death penalty. So at the beginning, based on recommendations from the Constitution Review Commission, which was in 2011, they met in 2011, I believe, and they made some recommendations. They recommended that within the 1992 Constitution, we should change the death penalty to life imprisonment. And we all know through that recommendation, a referendum would have to be done.
Definitely.
But referendums are expensive. I mean, let's not, dilly-dally about it. It's something that'll be very expensive for our country. Back then in 2011, 2012, although these recommendations came up, it would be very difficult for our country to do a referendum. So based on that, we really had to look back at things and re-strategize. Okay. And that is where we went into a consultation process with one lawyer called Lawyer Martin Pebu.
Okay.
And I mean, he's a very smart gentleman, and he brought up a very strategic idea of just amending the Criminal Offences Act. And once we amend the Criminal Offences Act, we'll be able to at least abolish the death penalty to some extent. Because currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder. Yes. So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder. So, that started a consultative process, and that's when Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu also came on board, the MP for Medina.
He's a human rights
yes, he's a human rights activist as well, and also a lawyer. So at the time we were consulting with him, he wasn't an MP, he was just a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and an aspiring MP. So through that, he also said, okay, why don't we present it as a private member's bill? And it was through that we began the whole campaigning and, you know, very pushy with media engagement and all those things. And I must say, it's, yes, Amnesty spearheaded this, but there was still so much support from key government officials, from CSOs and things like that. And I'm happy that at least once the consultative process began and we were able to place the bill in Parliament. Now you'd be surprised, this just happened last year. So within 1 year, although it took a lot of years of campaigning and strategic meetings, we've been able to achieve something great in Ghana's history. And even after they voted in favor of amending the Criminal Offences Bill and the Armed Forces Act, because that also came later on, through that, after they did that, the president actually assented to it within a week. The president signed the bill into law. So I think that is a great achievement for Ghana, something that we're extremely proud of. And as a people, we should be proud of this. Yes.
So do you see some challenges, or have you identified some human rights challenges in the country, in Ghana specifically?
Oh, absolutely. You know, Amnesty International, every year, we come out with a human rights report. And that human rights report talks about the key abuses, human rights abuse across the world. And with Ghana, there are very specific ones. You know, there's been an increase in police brutality. We all know that. There's also been an increase in, you know, the rights for freedom of expression. Journalists are being attacked, you know, not just on social media, but physically. And, you know, there's a lot of discrimination on marginalized groups. And when I talk about marginalized groups, we're talking about women, children, and then the LGBTI community. All that, yes, our human rights record is not exactly great. And then, of course, we have to talk about witchcraft accusations as well. This is something that is very serious within, you know, human rights abuses in Ghana. There's not a day goes by that we don't hear about an older lady being accused of a witch and being lynched in public. You know, so, you know, Amnesty, we are trying our best to do a lot of public education on these issues. And then there's the issue of forced evictions. We used to work a lot on forced evictions as well. So all these things, yes, Ghana, we're making progress, but there are definitely some specific human rights abuses that we need to do more.
You were specific on some of the challenges.
Yes.
So let's discuss this media freedom.
Yes.
Because the free speech of the journalists and what's happening to them. You heard about the allegedly NDP tags who went to UTV to attack them. So we've not heard from you on it. What is Amnesty International?
Well, I mean, we definitely condemn any type of physical violence. It doesn't matter the provocation or you can't justify violence, okay? So Amnesty International, we protect the rights of everyone, and we definitely condemn violence in any form because it's inhuman and it's intolerable. Normally we don't, there are just so many human rights abuses and issues that come up in Ghana, and we can't comment on everything. Otherwise, then it becomes sort of reactive, monotonous within the media space. What we try and do is that, yes, we come out and condemn certain issues, and then others, we do a lot of backdoor work, do some research, background checks, and then try and see, okay, how are we able to shape this and do something that will impact the society positively. So it takes research, it takes consultation with, you know, the parties involved, and then how best we can also support whichever victim of abuse, and, you know, so it's a lot of analytical work that goes into it.
But do you think Amnesty International is doing enough? Or because of the cases you get every time, you kind of get overwhelmed with issues?
Oh,
because a lot of, I don't know whether a lot of people even know the activities you do here in Ghana. So
yes. So Amnesty, we do a lot of advocacy, human rights education, public education. In terms of cases of abuse, we don't handle cases because we don't have lawyers, you know. It's not a law firm or, you know, So what we do is that if you bring cases, specific cases on human rights abuses, yes, we can maybe push the case, do some consultation with you. However, we work a lot with SHRAJ.
Okay.
Yes, we have to work a lot with SHRAJ, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. And we push the cases to them. We refer it to them, and then we follow up on it because they have investigators. So that's what we do. So that is one thing Amnesty does. But what we do is a lot of human rights education. So we do that in schools, communities, and we're a membership-based organization. So you wouldn't believe, but we actually have about 6,000 members in Ghana, and they are spread across the country. So what we do is that we train our members to also train others in terms of human rights. So we look at freedom of expression. We look at ending discrimination. We look at gender equality, and more specifically like domestic violence, rape, menstrual hygiene. That's one of the campaigns we are on currently. So we do a lot in that aspect. And then protection of human rights defenders is also one aspect, like where you are talking about the journalists, you know, having their rights abused.
Yes.
We also look at that as well, definitely.
Okay, but you spoke about earlier, you spoke about the witches.
Yes.
Every time, I mean, someone is tagged as a witch.
Yes.
And I don't know whether you know that in Ghana we have about 8 witch camps. I
think there are 6 right now, yes.
6 right now. So
yes.
What are you doing about that?
So that as well, we work with also a coalition. You hear me using coalition a lot because I believe in collaborative work. I believe in partnership, and you can't do much without partnering. So we're collaborating with a number of CSOs and government as well. Ministry of Gender is on board. We have a coalition that is looking at the witchcraft accusations bill. It was through this coalition that we were able to push the bill to be passed. Now, the president hasn't signed the bill into law, so we are trying to do more advocacy on that. The same coalition went to visit Gambaga just a few months ago to analyze the situation there. We're working, Mental Health Authority is on that coalition as well.
And these camps have been there for a while.
Yes. So I know that the long-term situation is that we plan on closing down the camps in the long term. So what is happening is that we are trying to draw up a roadmap. This is being done with the Ministry of Gender, a roadmap on how best to close the camps, because you can't do it immediately. Because the argument is some of these women, it's like a safe haven for them. However, you know, it's a safe haven away from their communities that have ostracized them. However, it's supposed to be somewhere temporary. It's not supposed to be permanent stay, right? Okay. So some of the women there have psychological challenges. Some of them do not have livelihoods, things like that. So I know, you know, there's a lot of work going into checking the psychological challenges of the women there. I know they are looking at skills development. And I know there's also a discussion going on how many of them want to be reintegrated back into their communities or moved into another community. You know, and we have to look at the repercussions. So something like this, it's really on a case-by-case basis, and it involves a lot of consultative work, going there, talking to the leader of the different witch camps. So all this, we have to look at it. It's going to be a slow process, unfortunately. But I know work is being done. I know.
Talking about getting support, do you get enough support from the government? Because you see, we are looking at human rights issues, and day in, day out, we see people's rights have been abused every time. They are being abused. do you get enough support from
so we do get support from the government, not necessarily on all issues, but we consult with the government. And it's, you know, it's not just, Ghana is a democracy. So it's not just about government, it's about parliament, and it's about the people. So we have to get support from all these three, not just governments, because in order to pass laws, government needs parliament.
Exactly.
And parliaments, to pass laws, they need support of the people. So Amnesty faces the same process when it comes to human rights abuses. We need the support from people, from government, from parliament. Now the issue is, not everybody understands that this is a human rights abuse. We have to understand that. So a lot of education has to be done, a lot of public education. I'll give an example, the death penalty. Not everyone felt it needed to be taken out of Ghana law.
Of course, if
yes, and even some were parliamentarians and some were government officials, you understand. So a lot of lobbying and education had to be done on why it's not feasible in Ghana. And there are just so many arguments. You know, people say, oh, it deters. Guess what? It doesn't. There are statistics, there's data that actually shows that death penalty does not deter crime. It doesn't.
Okay.
There's statistics for that. And there's also statistics that show that, unfortunately, within our system in Ghana, most of the people on death row are from a particular class.
Okay.
It's not me and you that is going to be on death row. Some people can pay, in fact, can pay your way, and you go and murder someone, you pay someone, and you won't, you know, you will not be acquitted. Nothing will happen to you, basically. And unfortunately, it's people who come from poor backgrounds who end up in jail for petty crimes, for murder and things like this.
It means people shouldn't have confidence in our justice system.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that our justice system is not perfect.
Okay.
And that is normal in this country. We're a developing country. Every justice system in the world has loopholes, and Ghana is part. Our justice system is not perfect. And because of that, the system does not help those coming from poor backgrounds. And unfortunately, when you go and look at the statistics, most of the people on death row are from poor backgrounds.
Okay.
So what does this mean? Some of them, not all, some of them maybe didn't face a fair trial. Some also did not understand what they've done and the consequences, you see. You'll be surprised that some people think I can commit a crime and I wouldn't go to jail, or, you know.
Sure.
So again, it's education, and that is what we really try and push at Amnesty as well.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
So, what do you do? I mean, talking about this rights, there are some specific, I don't want to go into LGBTQ and other stuff, but you know, there are some rights which, because of the culture of the people, I mean, they refuse to acknowledge it, that these are rights of the people. So in such circumstances, what do you do? Do you put sanctions on such countries? Because like you said, the government work with the people come back to, and I mean, so how do you do this? How do you
I mean, Amnesty International doesn't have a right to be putting sanctions on anyone. We can do recommendations. So just like the United Nations. So the United Nations Human Rights Council, they have a process called the Universal Periodic Review of Human Rights. So usually this process is every 5 years, where they consult CSOs. Now, it's a very serious process. They consult CSOs and look at the human rights situation in every country. And based on, because governments put in their reports for human rights situations, but they also want a different view from CSOs so that they can compare the views. So when they get this report, UPR reports from the people, then they are able to make recommendations. I know recently, I think they had it in 2022, there was 2017, and then they had 2022. And they came up with more than 200 recommendations on human rights issues. And then Ghana has to sit down and decide, okay, what can we work on within the next 5 years? You understand? And through that process, Ghana is able to see, okay, we're not doing this right. How can we change this? What can we do better? And again, like any law, any issue you bring up, yes, you have to do that public education. You have to talk to people. There needs to be dialogue. People need to understand, why is this an abuse? It's the same way domestic violence. People could justify hitting their spouse. Now, I'm not going to be specific about hitting wife or husband because it can happen both ways. People justify it. Right. Like, this person was rude to me, so I slapped the person. Yes. And then you have to educate the person, no, that's wrong. It's a human rights abuse. You can't physically abuse someone regardless of the gender. So it's about talking about issues. You have to talk. Culture, it's a very argumentative thing, and I do believe that everybody has their culture and needs to keep it. However, there are certain things in the culture you have to change it. Like the way we accuse older women of being witches. Nobody is saying, we have our suspicions, we say, oh, this person is a witch, this person is... I think our culture likes to be suspicious. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, when you act on the suspicion and go and physically abuse someone, that is the issue. So it's the same with other issues. Maybe you might not subscribe to something. Maybe you don't like something, or you don't think this is right because it's not part of your culture. That's actually okay, because it's your opinion. But the moment you act on that and it hurts someone in the process, that becomes a human rights abuse. And I think people need to make that difference. You understand?
So, talking about recommendations, if you make recommendations and the people who are supposed to act on it are not doing it, then of what uses?
Yeah, so, this is, again, it boils down to international law, because every state is sovereign. We have some level of sovereignty. So, yes, things can be recommended. And Ghana does well. I mean, we've signed on to a lot of treaties. We've ratified a lot of things. And I believe the current government and previous government, they all are for human rights, like better human rights situation in Ghana, okay? However, it's a consultative process and it involves a lot of people. So based on that, sometimes some laws, take time to pass, and then again, I will talk about education. There are people that have never even heard that maybe there's a law you can go to jail for accusing someone of being a witch and acting on it.
They don't know.
They don't know. So how are you able to tell someone, no, this is wrong? You can't beat your child with a chair. Sometimes some people do that, a stick. For the child to be bruised, it is child abuse. But, this is something that has been part of our culture, right? Who wasn't beaten, And now we are saying don't beat. There are other measures for correcting your child. So all this is education, and education cannot be done in one day. It's something that's a process. You have to continue talking to people. We have male champions, what we call male champions for sexual and gender-based violence. So some of these male champions, they form groups like boys' clubs, and they talk about beating women, gender equality, and they explain, and you'll be shocked the kind of arguments that happen. And, it's okay, because it's a safe space to argue, debate, so that everybody's opinions are heard, and then through that, you let them understand that no, this is wrong and this is why we are saying it's wrong. So it's going to take time. Behavioral change takes time, but you know, we are working, we'll get there one day.
I just want us to go straight to your website and some of the things you do. Looking at child's rights,
yes.
When you look at the convention, Article 42,
yes,
you have, amongst your duties is to educate children and adults about child's rights, which seldom happens.
Yes.
Because ignorance of right put children at greater risk of abuse, discrimination, and exploitation. Is Amnesty International pushing the campaign?
Yes,
so hard?
Absolutely. So again, we do advocacy. So when we talk about advocacy, we're talking about laws. We're talking about, you know, changing laws and then how those laws impact people. So we do a lot of that, but we also do a lot of public education. And that public education, we do it a lot in schools, junior high schools, senior high schools, and tertiary schools. We, depending on the subject, then we talk about them. So, for example, right now, when we talk about freedom of expression, we're looking at protests. When we talk about, because, you know, there's been a lot of protests in Ghana.
Lately.
So, yes. So we are looking at protests. When we talk about gender equality and non-discrimination, we are looking at women and domestic violence, sexual and gender-based violence. And we're also looking at menstrual hygiene. So with menstrual hygiene, we're looking at the schools. And you know, through menstrual hygiene, we're talking about school retention. You know, if somebody doesn't have a sanitary pad or doesn't know that, okay, I'm in my menses, you know, I'm not coming to school because I don't have a pad. You know, this actually happens. And so we do a lot of education on that. You know, we try and supply pads to certain schools, underprivileged schools. And we look at that. And then we also talk about child marriage. All those things are part of the human rights education that we do.
I think in Ghana, the child abuse starts right from birth. I mean, realize that even at birth, you don't have an identity. Because, and I know these are some of the things that Amnesty International is educating people on.
Absolutely.
But the system is such that even when you want to, I know a lot of adults that, I mean, they have to go before they go to the birth and death registry to get their birth certificate. So what are you doing?
So in that aspect in particular, we do not work on birth registration, but I know UNICEF is working a lot on birth registration because it's very important, especially in the judicial system, where if a child commits a crime, now they are determining whether the person is a minor or an adult. And most of these people don't have birth certificates.
Where children have committed some form of crime
and condemned to the adults. Yes. So because of that, I know UNICEF is doing a lot of work in terms of birth registration in order to establish that fact that, okay, you have an identity and this is your age. So I know in that aspect, that's what you said. So that's why I say it's a collaborative. We can't do all. I mean, Amnesty International is in 80 plus countries around the world. However, you know, we're activists, we're human rights activists, and we try and work on as many issues contextually. What's happening in Ghana, we focus on the issues that are really affecting Ghana. However, there are some issues that definitely we have to share the pie. So, you know, we collaborate with other NGOs or donor partners that work on the same issues.
Let's look at the state of our prisons.
Yes, prison conditions.
The prison condition is so bad. I mean, you see that they are so overcrowded.
Yes.
I mean, and sometimes people get out of the prisons and rather get worse than how they even entered.
So the thing with prison, okay, the general standard for prisons is it's supposed to be a reformative center. Not just for punishment, but you're also supposed to come out reformed.
Exactly.
So I know prisons is doing a lot. They have a lot of skills development within the prison. So you can learn different skills. I'm aware of that for both the women's and men's side. But they still need support, okay? And then I know the feeding Feeding currently at prisons is 1 cedi 80 pesos for the whole day. It's not per meal.
So you can imagine the kind of meal that they will be.
What can you, even KK is 5 cedis, so that KK cry is too small for you. So yeah, so Amnesty is really trying to appeal to governments to increase the feeding allowance for prisoners. But we're also working with other CSOs like Post Foundation, Legal Resources Center, and we're looking at what do you call it? We're looking at the prison conditions, but also trying to do non-custodial sentencing. So non-custodial sentencing simply means community service for petty crimes. So those that have stolen a goods, you know, so that they are not on remand. Because in Ghana, when you're on remand, you are put in prison.
Yes.
And you are waiting to be heard. And, you know, we are working a lot with the judicial system, with some of the other CSOs to see, okay, what can we do to ease up the situation in prisons? Because I hear, as we speak, I think the prison is 40% over capacity. Yes. So we are really trying our best in those terms to see how best we can help. So it's basically the feeding allowance that we're looking at. We're also looking at supporting prisons for skills development. And then we're looking at the non-custodial sentencing. Yes.
All right.
Anything concerning the gospel of fraternity, we are not supposed to put it out there for people to know that we are sitting to my go for one thing.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like her. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place, the Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.getlucky.com theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. *712#. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products na the makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Other goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Minister's Press Briefing here at the Ministry of Information. This morning, we have invited you at the instance of the Minister for Mines and Natural Resources, together with his Deputy Minister and Chief Executive Officers of the Minerals Commission and the Mineral Income Investment Fund. They are here to talk about Ghana's first lithium contract, the terms, benefits, and the way forward. If you are joining us from the comfort of your homes or offices, this press briefing is live on GTV, Metro TV, Joy News, City TV, Asempa FM, Adum TV, Asasi Radio, Movement TV, Kesben TV, and ABC News GH. We are also streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information. Today's briefing will take 4 parts. First, we will take the Minister's address, and then we will take 2 presentations from the Minerals Commission and the Minerals Income Investment Fund, and then we will come back to you for the Q&A session. But before I yield to the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who are here with us. I would like to acknowledge all directors from the Ministries of Lands and Natural Resources and Ministry of Information. We also have with us the Technical Director for Mines, Mr. Peter Ewua. Also with us is the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission, Mr. Martin Kweku Aisi. Also with us this morning is the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Income Investment Fund, MIF, Mr. Edward Nanaya Okranting. Also with us is the Advisor on Mines to the Minister, Mr. Benjamin Aye. We also have with us the Chief Director of the Ministry of Information, Madame Charlotte Morgan-Esiedu. We are also joined by the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament of Takwan Swayem constituency, Honorable George Mirekuduka. And as I mentioned earlier, we have with us the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament for Damongo constituency, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I will yield to the Honorable Minister for his address, and then we will come back to you for the next part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, Madam Fatima Abubakari, my Deputy Minister responsible for Mines, Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission, Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Income Investment Fund, our friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is grateful to the Ministry of Information, as always, under the able leadership of its Minister, Honorable Kojo Ponkroma, for putting this platform together this morning to enable us engage the Ghanaian public on the first mining lease signed for the exploitation of lithium in our country. We are grateful. We also thank you, the media, for always responding to our invitation and for helping us reach the Ghanaian people wherever they may be on such matters of national importance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that at a brief ceremony at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources on Thursday, 19th October 2023, I signed on behalf of the President of the Republic the first mining lease for the exploitation of lithium in our country. This followed Cabinet's approval of a policy for the exploitation and management of green minerals in our country, and extensive negotiations spanning several months between government and Barari DV Limited, a subsidiary of Atlantic Lithium Limited, which President Akufo-Addo had to, on some occasions, personally intervene. Since this act, there has been some commentary on the mining lease under reference, with several people and institutions sharing their opinion on the transaction. Government welcomes the extraordinary public interest and scrutiny of this mining lease, as it is the surest way of ensuring that the mineral resources of our country are utilized for the benefit of the Ghanaian people, as dictated by our national constitution. We, however, note that much of the commentary ignore the actual terms of the lease, which I am told is available on the website of the Minerals Commission. On 27th October 2023, I issued a 26-point press release detailing the processes leading to the grant of the mining lease and giving highlights of the lease, which obviously differs from all previous mining leases granted for the exploitation of any mineral in our country. This is easily verifiable from a cursory examination of the mining lease under reference. Regrettably, some public commentary on the matter continues to ignore all these details. In recognition of our constitutional duty to manage the natural resources of the country for the benefit of the Ghanaian people, who are the true owners of these resources, therefore, and in accordance with the highest standards of transparency and integrity, we have called this press conference to provide once again detailed information to the Ghanaian people on the processes leading to the signing of the mining lease, as well as details of the lease that makes it different from all previous mining leases. And if I should emphasize, and most importantly, how this mining lease benefits our nation. This will be done by the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the Chief Executive Officer to address us, kindly indulge me to clarify a few issues. Firstly, Barari DV Limited, the company granted a mining lease for the exploitation of lithium in Ewoya, has been undertaking exploration for almost a decade in the central region of Ghana. From when they were first granted a recognizance license in August 2012, which was subsequently converted to a prospecting license in March 2018 for 3 years, and renewed for 3 additional years in July 2021, Barari DV Limited has been engaged in recognizance, exploration, and prospecting for all these years. As I say, let me emphasize, from August 2012. When they reported commercial find of lithium, government took a decision not to treat this mineral in the same manner in which others had been treated in the past. We therefore decided to make a policy for the exploitation and management of lithium and other green minerals of our country before any form of negotiations will commence. To make the development of the policy more participatory, on 13 July 2022, I presented to Parliament, on behalf of government, a statement setting out the general framework of the proposed policy for the development, management, and exploitation of the green minerals in our country. Following input from honorable members of Parliament and other stakeholders, a policy was developed by the ministry and submitted to Cabinet, which, after intense scrutiny, critique, and inputs, approved a reviewed policy on 27th July 2023. The approved policy includes provisions for an increase in the royalties rate for green minerals, an increase in state and Ghanaian participation in all green mineral operations to a minimum of 30%, just like Geodek and Gisdek, just like bauxite and iron ore, to a minimum of 30%. An enhanced local content and local participation, including listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and value addition and beneficiation for all green minerals in our country. It was based on this policy that we entered into negotiations with the company, leading to the signing of the mining lease. Ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, let me forcefully state that this lease differs from all previous mining leases in many respects, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission will shortly, as I say, give you details to support this claim. Suffice for me to point out that it is the first time in the history of our country that we have successfully negotiated for 10% royalties for any mineral, which is one of the highest for exploitation of any mineral across the world. If you indulge me, I'll repeat that. I say it is the first time in the history of our country that we have successfully negotiated for 10% royalties for any mineral, which is one of the highest for exploitation of any mineral across the globe. We have already secured a 19% state participation in this mining company, 19%, with a requirement to scale it up to a minimum of 30% Ghanaian participation through listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange for shares to be made available to Ghanaians and Ghanaian entities. What this simply will mean is that when it is all over, Barari DV Limited, the holder of this mineral right of lithium, Ghanaian and state participation will be 30%. Foreign participation will be a maximum of 70%, but Ghanaian participation will be a minimum of 30%. This has never happened in the history of our country in respect of any mineral. Never. Ladies and gentlemen, and for the first time in the history of our country, a mining lease contains provisions for the establishment of a refinery, that is value addition and beneficiation. This mining lease has provision which insists that a refinery will be established here in Ghana for processing of this lithium, this mineral. This has never happened. This is the first time. There's been the issue of ratification of the mining lease, and there's been a lot of commentary on that. And it's been raised by several people. And if you allow me, I want to deal with that briefly. This has never been lost on us, as this is expressly provided for in the mining lease granted to Barari DV Limited. Specifically, Clause 1E of the lease states, and I quote, "The mining lease is subject to ratification by Parliament in accordance with Article 2681 of the Constitution and Section 5(4) of Act 703." And he continues, "Upon execution of this mining lease, the minister shall cause the mining lease to be laid in Parliament for ratification," end quote. By the very terms of the lease, therefore, ratification by Parliament is a condition precedent. And as the Supreme Court explained in the Eston Cubic case, an unratified mining lease confers no enforceable rights, and government has always been mindful of this decision. The mining lease in question will be laid before Parliament for ratification. That is non-negotiable. But before such agreements can be laid before Parliament, it must go through a number of processes, including securing Cabinet's approval. The processes are ongoing, and once completed, the agreement will be laid before Parliament for consideration and hopefully ratification. There have also been calls to grant mining leases through a tender process, and I want to deal with that as well. As we explained in our earlier press release, international best practice requires that where a company undertakes exploration and makes a commercial find for minerals, the company is entitled to a right of first refusal to the grant of a mining lease, subject to regulatory compliance. This international best practice is given legal backing by Section 39(2) of the Minerals and Mining Act 206, Act 703. Needless to point out that the use of the tender process is only feasible where there already exists geological statistics and the state is looking for partners to go straight into mining. if I may explain, is if the state spends its own hard money to conduct the exploration and makes a find, a commercial find, then if the state wants partners to go into mining, then you go through the tender processes. But where a private company comes in to invest and makes a commercial find, by law and by international best practices, the company has a legal right of first refusal. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also indicate that Regulation 2581 of the Minerals and Mining Licensing Regulations 2012 LI 2176, which deals with the grant of mineral rights by tender, gives these instances under which such process may be used. And they are: 1, where the Minerals Commission determines that there exists sufficient mineral information in respect of the area concerned; 2, where the Republic has carried out prior mineral exploration in respect of the area concerned; or 3, where an area becomes available through surrender, revocation, or termination, and 2 or more applications are recorded in the priority register within the 7 days of that area becoming vacant. End quote. In all these circumstances, the state will have enough geological data generated through its own exploration, or where a holder of a mineral right surrenders his interest, or the right is otherwise revoked or terminated. But there is enough statistics generated by a private company that has carried out exploration at great cost, then that entity is, by virtue of Section 39(2) of Act 703, entitled to the grant of a mineral right subject to regulatory compliance, in which case the tender system cannot be legally tenable. The historical lack of resources to undertake exploration has thus meant that we have had to depend on private companies to undertake exploration of most of our minerals, which then entitles them to the grant of mining leases without going through the tender process. And as I say, Barari DV Limited got their first recognizance license as far back as August 2012. They established that legal right as far back as August 2012. And in any event, ladies and gentlemen, the private sector, both foreign and Ghanaian participation, is in accord with best international practice, and this can be verified from several mining countries across the world. It is the private sector that normally engages in exploration. There have also been calls for the establishment of a Ghana lithium company to undertake lithium mining and develop the value chain of the mineral from lithium mining to battery production. And I would like to deal with this too. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, it will be recalled that the policy statement presented to Parliament last year considered the option of establishing an entity along the lines of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, GHADEC, and the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, GISDEC. However, the volumes of the mineral we have currently and our quest to ensure optimal benefit for the exploitation of this mineral meant that that option was not feasible for several considerations. Firstly, globally, only China has an end-to-end lithium value chain. This is why we have instituted in this transaction the retention of a significant part of the value chain, which we will work systematically to eventually construct here in our country the full value chain for lithium. But as we have said, we will not export lithium in its raw form. Everything we have done in respect of this transaction and all the measures we have put in place in respect of this particular transaction will mean that Ghana's lithium resources will not be exported in their raw state. That is why the mining lease includes provisions for the establishment of a refinery and the provision of the use of other linkages to support local industries in Ghana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in everything we have done with this mining lease, in all humility and modesty, the interest of the Ghanaian people has been paramount. It has been months of thorough negotiations and hard work in respect of this transaction. Nothing has been agreed to casually. Everything has been thought through and everything has been worked out and all the options have been considered. And what we've arrived at is in the ultimate interest of the good people of Ghana. The government of President Akufo-Addo remains committed to the prudent, effective, and efficient management of the natural resources of our country, which have been entrusted to us, and doing so in the spirit of transparency, integrity, candor, and utmost good faith for the benefit of our nation. We remain focused on this goal and call on you all, nationals and residents of our country, to support government in this quest. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission, Mr. Martin Ayisi, to present to you the terms, benefits, and way forward of the Barare DV Limited lithium mining lease. I thank you for your attention.
Minister, thank you very much. You've actually made life easy for me, so I may skip some of my slides. Minister, this is raw lithium. I'll pass it around for those of you. So this is what he said will not go out in a raw form. So this is lithium. Well, if you take it out, it is no use to you. Because the quantity you need to get something out of it, that is it. Let's go to the first slide. I think Minister has spoken a lot about this, so I could as well skip it. The slides will be made available when we finish. So I'll save time. You can also skip this one. Hang on for a second, go back. So my presentation will take this format. The background, the project, the policy for the negotiations, which Minister talked about. I'll just go into a fine detail. Then the lithium value chain, the terms and benefits, and then the way forward. Next slide. For those of you who don't know the green minerals, I provided a table of a few of them. And if you look at, you can see lithium runs throughout. There's a column for electric vehicles, the kind of minerals that you use. There's a column for renewable energy and energy storage, and then the electronics. You can see lithium is all over the place. So again, this will be made available. Next slide. I'll skip this one because Minister has spoken a lot about it. You can skip this one. Yes, Minister, it's important we put things in perspective. What are our critics saying? First, they said we should look at the emerging practice in Latin America. And then what Minister said a short while ago, they said you should adopt competitive bidding or JVs or service contracts. There's no doubt about that, and nobody will doubt that. That is transparent, like Minister said. Yes, you can maximize the rent, and of course, you get a higher value because you know what is there. Then you secure a greater value for the state. And then I think what he said before he took his seat, he said we should establish a special purpose vehicle, like GhanaWeb or GhanaWeb to handle that. So essentially, if you look at all the commentaries, the criticisms, many of them center around this. This is just a summary of them. I'll discuss some of them as we go along. Next slide. I think, Minister, you said a lot about this. Again, this will be made available, the chronology of events. When he made those statements in Parliament, it was subject to a lot of debate, and then he highlighted the importance of it. And of course, the memo that went to Cabinet. Next slide. So eventually, Minister, I think you went public. I brought the paper here. You can see front banner headline after all these exercises. So I think as the debates and discussions were going on, I think people were oblivious to the fact that there was a lot of policy considerations that went into all that we've done. Now, in brief, these are some of the things that were discussed in Cabinet. So even the criticisms from IE and Co., you can see it is a third option there. So number one, we amend the current policy, which is nearly a decade, to incorporate provisions on green minerals. And then secondly, just have some guidelines to just do business as usual. Or the third one, prepare a completely separate policy and legal regime for green minerals and build it to the GhanaWeb status. So it is nothing. So when we had IE and Co., you realize that we've thought through this already. So it's unfortunate when we gave them the document by email and we said, look, come sit with us. Let's have all the discussion, give you the policy bank and considerations. They didn't mind us. In their first encounter, they didn't read. And then when they heard us, they asked for the document, we gave it to them and said, invite us. They did not invite us. So their point was even one of the policy considerations at cabinet. Next slide. So why did cabinet choose the option that we are using now? That is the option where we amend the current policy and include provisions on green minerals. These are the justifications. One, we don't have geological data. I'm the CEO of Minerals Commission. I don't have any occurrence of lithium apart from what is in the Serwaa. There's no geological data. So take bauxite. Bauxite at Tiwa is known. It's been there since the Russians did that and Kwame Nkrumah. Nyanyani, the deposits are known. We even have an existing mine at Awaso. So you are seeing two different scenarios where one deposit exists for which you have established GHADEC, and the other one, there's practically no information. We don't have any data on lithium as we speak. Then the other reason the minister mentions is that Serwaa is relatively small, very small. I will show you some data besides. There are just 3 countries that control 70% of the world's deposit. Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, the so-called lithium triangle where their borders meet. And of course, Zimbabwe, which has the largest deposit in Africa, number 6 in the world, and also Mali. Let's go to the next point. So I've indicated this there. And I just got this information, Minister, from the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency. That is our equivalent of GIPC. 160 applications, just 6 months. I can't point to 20 at Minerals Commission. It's all because of the prospectivity of their geology. 160 applications in 6 months. I've given the reference, you can check for yourself. They've gotten even 5 from US. The 160 is just from China. I've not even looked at the other countries from Asia. And then, as I said, we don't have any known deposits apart from Serwaa. There's nothing. The other one too is that you have to attract exploration, which is very high risk. This thing is 5% success. The chance of hitting it is just 5%. There are a lot of countries or companies that have come here and they've left. I'll give you an example. Brim Goldfields. They came to spend millions in Savannah. They didn't find gold. They are gone. We've given it out to small scale. And of course, we are competing with countries with better geology. Far better geology than us. Zimbabwe, Mali. And the grades are very high. I take Gulamina, for example, it's 1.38. Serwaa is 1.25. Then, of course, that is the reason why we did not go the graded route. The very route IEN and the other critics are talking about. These are the reasons. Other than that, what are you going to do? Do we get up and zone government Ghana into blocks and say people should come for competitive bidding? Where is the data? You have to take people to the data room. We don't have that information. So that is why option 1 was approved by cabinet. The next slide. Minister, as far as I'm concerned, most people didn't know that our law has provisions for competitive building. I think you mentioned it, but I'm putting it on the screen so that people can see it. So go and read. Again, go to our website. Go and read LI 2176, the licensing regulations. It makes detailed provisions for the use of competitive building. That is 275 and 258. He mentioned it, but you can see it is listed here. So that is our problem. Where's the data? We don't have it. So assuming for whatever reason, I hope it doesn't happen, we don't intend to do that. Let's say we withdraw Serwaa now. We'll go to competitive bidding because we have data. That's the kind of thing we are talking about. So most people didn't know that there is competitive building. In fact, ASEP made a statement that we should adopt that in our law. But it is already in our law. This is something they could have requested from us. Next slide. And then it goes on and on and on. But be that is may, we still make sure that we meet the 30% minimum requirement. So these are some of the things cabinet approved under option 1. Ensure that you change the law and enhance state participation to the same 30% minimum. Remember, minimum. So we could even go as far as 50 or 60. It all depends on the project economics. Then apart from that too, the minimum royalty is supposed to be 7%. Minimum 7. So we could even go higher, again, depending on the project economics, because some may have a low grade, some may have a higher grade. Next slide. These are the provisions. So, Mineral Income Investment Fund, he will talk about his part when we get there. He's supposed to hold the state interest. And then just look at the second point, mandatory listing. So when we hear people saying that, oh, you should have gone for 50%, why must everything go for the state? What about Ghanaians? So we said, let the state take 19%, the other minimum at least 30% or more. Let's take it to the stock exchange. And then at the stock exchange, it is being restricted to the likes of SNIDs and all those pension funds and individuals like you, or those who have money. So when we start the adverts and co, come and buy. Everything must not go to the state. So they did not capture that bit, that the state must not necessarily hold 50%, as even I saw yesterday from one Professor Jampo, who said if we don't get 50%, there will be militancy at Ewuya. That's what he said. And of course, we should also review it so that within the policy measures, that is a decision. Let's take the next slide. Now, look at this. 5 months ago, Minister, it's exactly 5 months. Look at the concentrate. What I'm passing around is a raw lithium. When you process it, you get a concentrate. That is the price. You look at the price, you see how it has fallen from nearly 4,000 to 1655. It's falling. People are producing lithium now. Just 5 months. Look at the price. And then when you refine what the minister talked about, you can see the price in July, 42,000. As at yesterday, it is 1,711, 17,000. So clearly, the case for refining has been made 8-10 times. When you refine that rock I'm passing around, that is it. And then also, that is a stage. After that, you make the batteries, you do the cells, and then you assemble them. What we are worried is the fact that, or what we hear from people is the fact that we just end up number one. No. I'll talk more about that in the agreement. Let's move on. It's important when you're doing anything, you put it in context. Look at the statistics we have on the board. China has 13% reserves. And then, what do you call it? Australia, 52, 25. So just Chile and Australia produce almost about 80% of the lithium today. And then, of course, China dominates the midstream and downstream. So 44%. 44%. That is the concentrate. Can you go to the previous slide? I want to show you something. The 44%. No, the previous one. Previous. So that is it. Refinery. The refining stage where there's so much money. China alone controls 44%. Let's move on. And then you look at the tail end. As we are getting to the battery itself, China again comes in 77, 78%. So practically China dominates everything. That is it. Next slide. Now let's come to the terms which has generated so much controversy, and I've done some comparison here and there. So we are charging 10%. Means I've made life easy by providing the various clauses in the agreement so that you don't spend your time reading that 40-page document. So if you go to clause 20, you find it there. Australia is 5%. But Australia, as we speak, produces at least half of the world's lithium. 5% royalty. 10%, you can see, is there, 10%. Chile, which sits on 40% of the world's reserve, one country, Chile, known. Chile is saying that they want 51% JV, but they have data, they sit on 40%, one country. That's their royalty, 8 to 26, using the margin. So that's why he was happy on the point that outside Chile, we have perhaps the highest royalty in the world. And then, of course, Mali, 6%. And then Zimbabwe, 5%. You go to Mali, there's a project called Gulamina. It is 3 times the size of Ewuya. 3 times, 1 million tons. We are doing 350. Look at the royalty. If we had a Malian type of deposit, means I would have asked you to charge 40% royalty. Okay? and then Zimbabwe 5%. That is it. So you can look at it. And then those who even have more reserves and better grades than us are even charging this. They are raising to the bottom. Where do you expect people to take their high risk money? Again, let's look at free carry interest. Mali has 10%. Zimbabwe, there's no free carry interest. Latin America, there's nothing like free carry interest. So you have to look at the entire package. There's nothing like free carry interest in Australia. That is it. Next slide. Then these are the other ones. And then there's some controversy brewing about community development. Please, that 1% there, it is not an ownership issue. It's not an ownership issue. This is the first time, Minister, I would like to repeat, this is the first time in the history of Ghana that we are legislating, directly into a contract for community to benefit. Right. What you go, you see the Newmont Harford Foundation, Edikan, Pesos, all those ones, they are voluntary. And it's even, yes, it's voluntary. So Newmont, for example, does 1% profit. What if they don't declare profit? And then 1% of an ounce, $1 of every ounce they sell. And this morning, the price of gold is 2,034. So 1% of that, and then 1% of profit. You can calculate that if it was 1% revenue. Yes, and every country in Africa has adopted 1%. That's a practice, anything between 0.5 and 1%. Fortunately, we have drafted a regulation to make community development agreement compulsory. Yes, we are the only country that have not done that. And the sad aspect is that you go to Tanzania, it is 1% CDA compulsory. Gita Mines pays it, that is Anglo-Gold Ashanti. But here, it is voluntary. So that is it. And I did my calculation, the minimum, you are talking about $6 million. Yes, minimum, the minimum price, the one we use for the model. I'm not talking about the kind price. 1587, the one that I was using in the feasibility. You're talking about $6 million. I asked the MC of Fatima, he says his common fund is $100,000, 1.2 million, which is his biggest source of revenue. So you can see this is really a game changer. That is it. So Aware has opened the doors for us to change everything about community development funding. That is it. Let's move on. And then, first part. Minister, I'll shock you this morning. In all the discussions, nobody has been talking about the other byproducts. So, FESPA, kaolin, which is in there. Of course, in addition to limestone and tack and clay, these are the 5 minerals that are used for ceramics. We have 5 ceramics companies in Ghana. Keda Ceramics, Jintao, Marco Polo, Waka, and Sentio. Those who are doing oil. Now, they are the only ones in Tema. The other 4 are within the Nchama, Shama, Enclave. They are all using a gas pipeline. I checked the data this morning. They used 960,000 tons of FESPA at a grade of 8%. Aware, the discovery is 15 million tons. Divide by 12 years, divide by 1 year, 1,250,000. So, give and take, exactly the deposit defined in Aware is what is the market size now. But then currently, the nearly 1 million tons, these 5 companies use, they get it from the artisanal miners in Western and Central region. So we need to do something about it. In the agreement, we insisted that we'll make sure no FESPA or kaolin will be exported. So they were supposed to provide a feasibility study. This was given to me on Monday. Because you went to COP, I have not had the discussion of going through with you. Next week, I'll get a full feasibility. So by next week, we will know what to do with our FESPA in Ghana. So if they are saying that establish Ghana Lithium Company to take advantage of all the value chain, we are already ahead of time. We don't want to behave like the gas pipeline where the warning was coming, will you be flaring, will you flare, will you flare? And then we started producing the gas, and then we were flaring. But by next week, we will know. In the agreement, we gave them 4 months up to February. We are in December. So this is for my eyes only, and you. So when we get a feasibility next week, we will now come to the block and say it. That is it. And interestingly, this is local content. This report, Minister, was done by UMAT. The company contracted UMAT to do it. local content. Yes, it was headed by Professor Mankwa, a renowned metallurgist. So it was not done by any expert from Australia or Canada anywhere. This was locally done by our own university, UMAT. It's here. And then it is also in the agreement that if they cannot establish a chemical plant, when a third party does it, they will have to supply the concentrate. That is it. That report has to be ready by February. By February, we will have that report. And then, of course, the MOU that was signed, this is what it has led to. Next slide. I've talked about this already. Feldspar, kaolin, and quartz. So they are used for ceramics. So, Minister, I was quite happy when I heard that we are planning to ban the importation of ceramics. I think I support that so much. So these are the kind of things we can use them for: ceramics, glass, etc. And then let us take note that construction is for 14 months. 14 months. You have to get EPA, you have to get all those things. So we are looking at somewhere by Easter or April next year. They still have to go through all those processes. Means that by that time, all these reports as to what to do with the Feldspar, the project economics of a chemical plant, we'll know that. We'll know that, and again, we'll come here and tell the people of Ghana. So by the time the man will be ready somewhere in the middle of 2025, we are ready to go. We are ready to go. So if the commentators have spoken to us, they will have gotten all this information. I will defer to Nanaya to discuss more of this, his part, because we heard also saying that we are paid too much. So he's here, he'll talk about it, what went into negotiations. And then that is it. So what are the way forward? What's the way forward? I will not waste your time. You had said the ratification is a must. That's why I put it in red. Minister, we have even put it in the agreement that the agreement is not valid until it is ratified. So we refer to clause 1E of the Barrels. It is stated there. So again, it was moot for our commentators to say that if the agreement is not ratified, you're a bad lawyer. It will be ratified. Again, they will have to secure environmental permit. They are working on it. They are working on the operating permits. And then they will also come back to Minerals Commission for all those permits. And then all these various reports, once we get them by February, we'll make a decision. So that is it. Let me say this. By February, we'll know whether or not we have to establish a chemical plant, whether they will do it or a third party will do it. We will know what to do with our Feldspar. We will know what to do with our kaolin. The quality here is 27%. The one they are buying from artisanal miners is 8%. So I'm even worried what the artisanal miners will do with this, because clearly all the 5 ceramics companies will buy from a weigher. Why? Because the higher the grade, the less you spend. So that is it. So on that note, I would like to seek your permission to defer to Nanaya to complete the discussion. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen of the press, I believe this is the first time that Minerals Income Investment Fund, or MIF, is engaging the press. So I'd like to say a big thank you to the Minister for giving us that opportunity. We've been accused of being media shy and not appearing, but we're a typical financial institution, so sometimes we have to be a bit media shy. But before I delve into our part of the project or the role we play, I'd like to give a bit of perspective on what we do and just a brief on what Minerals Income Investment Fund is. Because I realized coming in that a number of the press do not really know or understand the role we play. So the Minerals Income Investment Fund is really a sovereign wealth fund. It was established by an Act of Parliament, 978, as amended. It was in line with the President's vision of ensuring that we garner value from the mining sector in a 360 way, that is, from end to end, including the value delivery process and the value chain. So we essentially do 3 things. We are responsible for managing the equity interest of the government in all mining companies. So as you saw reference to the free carried interest, we manage the free carried interest. That means that all dividend payments come to MIF. The second important thing that we do, or the role we play, is that we are responsible for all the royalties that are paid by every mineral type. So these royalties are paid to MIF, collected by GRA, and then we manage these royalties. So how do we manage the royalties and the dividend? For the royalties, 20% goes to the Minerals Development Fund. That is through the fund that you see royalties going to the stool lands, the local government, etc. So that's 20% going to Mineral Development Fund. Then 2.4% is paid to the Ghana Revenue Authority. And then 2% stays with MIF for the operations of MIF. The other 75.6 goes into investment. So the purposes for which we've been set up is to ensure that we re-inject or reinvest these royalties and dividend back into the mining sector. So we end up taking more equity stake, for example, like we've done in Asante Gold, and we are doing presently with lithium. We support the value chain, injecting capital or equity in the value chain of the mining sector, with the whole idea from the president's vision of having a paradigm shift from what used to be in the past. Ironically, reference has been made to these agreements being colonial. But the whole idea of MIF, in line with the vision, is to ensure that we pump or re-inject capital back into the mining sector that will benefit Ghanaians. As regards our investment in Atlantic, I don't know who's responsible for the. Because my colleague CEO has actually gone through the fine details, I'll just give a brief on what our investment that led to Ghana having 19% really. So MIF is investing 27.9 million in Atlantic Lithium via its Ghanaian subsidiary, Bavari, which has been mentioned. This gives us a 6% interest in the company. So if you look at the 13% carried interest that we negotiated, Mincom negotiated, which we supported, and you add our 6%, that gives Government of Ghana 19%. Then of course, there's the 10% royalty that has already been mentioned, as you are aware, and that pleases us because that actually gives us extra cash to re-inject into the mining community or the mining value chain. The 10%, which is at variance to the 3 to 5% that we originally had, gives us about $624 million across the life of the mine. $624 million. Then we also subscribed to 19,245,574 Atlantic Holding Company shares. This has not been mentioned in the press, and for some reason we've not had this being commented on, but this is actually another feat that has to be highlighted. This means that Ghana government, through MIF, has 3% of the holding company of Atlantic. This allows us to piggyback on the back of Atlantic in their search or quest for other resources across the world. And this actually gives us a further board seat on Atlantic globally. Questions have been asked on how we worked on the valuation. I met a press person who asked me how we arrived at the valuation, and it's actually a very important point. At the time that we started negotiating, I think Minister made mention of the fact that we've been negotiating for months. We've actually been negotiating for 15 months, moving almost to 18 months really, but for 15 months, back and forth. At the time we started negotiating, the share price of Atlantic was around 0.61 pence. 0.61 pence. We were able to negotiate at a strike rate using a formula that we ended up agreeing with Atlantic on a 15-month weighted average, which came to 0.2598. That's 20 pence per share. As we speak right now, the Atlantic shares is around 0.333 pence. So even before putting money in, Government of Ghana through MEF is actually making a gain before any production of lithium. And this is a strategy that we put in. So even before production is there, we are actually making money. We also negotiated warrants. This means that we negotiated to buy further shares at a lock price. Considering the fact that there's the likelihood of the share price going up, we locked the price at 0.33. And the current share price is just around that. We envisage that the share price will be going up when production comes in. So we may actually end up having maybe 0.78. You know, you can never tell, but we have a locked-in price, which means that even if the share price moves to 0.78, 0.66, Government of Ghana is able to buy at 0.33, and we can decide to exercise that warrant or not. But imagine the share price getting to 1 and us buying further shares at 0.33. This is how we invest. That would give us an extra 4.5% into the company from the 3%. That's the holding company outside the 19% that Government of Ghana has on the local entity. So we also negotiated further terms, and I think these were what I call the garnishing. We agreed that MEF should be allowed to participate in even processing up to 40% of the lithium that is produced here. The reason why we thought of this was because we're looking at the possibility of the company, because what we invested in covers all the tenements of the company. So in anticipation that there will be more lithium coming up, we said, look, we want to competitively bid for 40% of the lithium. Reason why we want to do this is to leverage on this and attract investors in the processing sector. That's the value chain. And then use these royalties, dividend, etc., to co-invest, and for Ghana to even have a higher stake in the value chain, in the processing value chain. So this is part of the agreement that MEF struck with Atlantic. The CEO of my colleague CEO of Mincom has already given quite a bit on the feldspar, and feldspar is extremely important. And as most media may be aware, our first exports under AFTA was actually ceramics. So we are pushing government to develop or push for a ceramic development strategy where we will add value to the ceramics industry. But Mr. EC has talked extensively about that. Then on the board representation, again, this is important. We've negotiated 2 seats on the local entity, that's the Barari, Atlantic Barari. Hitherto, it was 1 seat. For just 3% of our stake in the holding company, the Atlantic Global Company, which we can actually push by a further 4.5%, we've negotiated we've actually negotiated 1 board seat. This is a listed company, and this is important. Hitherto, you will never have the chance of having a government person sitting on the global entity. We don't have Newmont Worldwide having a government person on the Newmont board. But we've been able to negotiate this, and allows us to have some sort of bird's eye view on the operations of the holding company because of the stake we have in the company. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the most important bit, as a financial entity that is investing in this project, the Ghanaian people would like to see the gains and the financial benefits that are going to come up or come out from this project. I think I hate to say this because it's a listed company, but you understand. For us, we saw an opportunity. We are a typical financial institution. We saw an opportunity where we believe the shares were undervalued. And this is why we are even making more gains at present. With a locked-in price of 0.26, we're looking at an intrinsic value of the company ranging from 1.25 to 1.9 per share. So if you're looking at an intrinsic value of 1.26 to $1.9 per share, and you're buying it at 0.26 and now 0.33%, I don't think I need to make the maths. I think it's very obvious that we're actually gaining from this. At this point in time, with just the purchase that we've made, we have a 31% gain in our investments in Atlantic Lithium. And at this point, we've not even disbursed the cent. But because we've actually locked in the agreement, we've actually made a gain of 31% in this planned investment. I will not go into the Asori. For the $5 million investment that we've done in the holding company, we are looking at an intrinsic value of $24.4 million. This is just for 3% and from 5% investment that we have made. Again, we looked at the opportunity that the shares at that time were undervalued, and we exploited that opportunity. The graphs, the graphical illustration, I believe, gives the press a fair idea of the gains that we've made, which I illustrated in terms of the gains that MIF and the government have made. At this point in time, at a recent offer of 0.33 by Asori to take over the company, which is ongoing, we are looking at a share, an upside of our shares at 62%. From that 0.26% of the shares that we bought, we are looking at an upside of 62% as we speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will just end with the final slide. This is just an overview of the financial gain. Over the life of the mine, we are looking at 2.4 billion with average life mine of EBITDA of 316 million per annum from the MIF investment. $2 yes, dollars. Free cash flow over the life of mine is $2.4 billion. We've already talked about the percentage stake. Apart from the 6%, apart from the 13% free carry, MIF 6% gives Ghana 19%. Contrary to what I read this morning, that a lecturer from University of Ghana is alluding that an Australian company has 87% and government just has 13%. The second largest, the largest shareholder of Atlantic has 25%. That's the largest shareholder of Atlantic. This is a listed company. The fact that we define it as Australian does not mean an Australian company having 87% and then, you create the ripples that can we go to Australia and do this? No. That biggest shareholder is actually a South African company. It's not even Australian. So we must look at things in proper perspective, I believe. And there's a Ghanaian local shareholder. That's about, we're looking at about 4.4% now because of dilution. The Ghanaian, that's the Barari. So if you really look at the Ghanaian interest, it's actually 4.4 plus 19. That's 23. And the government's aim for critical minerals is to aim at a minimum of 30%. And we've not even spoken about the listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange. So it's important that we engage. It's important that the media engages us and we give the right information. If you look at MIF's post-tax NPV on a Woya alone, because we are looking at about 10 tenements, on a Woya alone, we are looking at $19 million on our 6% paid interest and $195 million on the free carry value. In all, MIF's equity interest is now valued at $285 million based solely on Iwe's DFS. That's the definitive feasibility study. So the idea of the thinking that this does not inure to the benefit of Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen of the press, is totally false. So since most of the bits have been finally articulated by the Minister and the CEO of Minerals Commission. We are open to questions, but I hope that this has given you a really broad-based idea of what MIF does and what our involvement in the Atlantic Lithium has in terms of beneficiation or benefits to the Ghanaian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward Nanaya Okorante, Chief Executive Officer of MIF. The presentations are just mind-blowing. There is so much that I didn't know before now that I believe Ghanaians have also had the benefits to know, including 1% revenue for community development. So imagine how transformative that will be for the people of Mfantsiman when it comes to so many social amenities, infrastructure within the 8 communities where this lithium mine is going to be situated. Also, it is important to note that throughout all the presentations by Honorable Minister and the Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission and MIF, they have continuously mentioned that, 1, the company will be listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange. So if you are in this room and you have the money, when the time or the need arises, you can also participate and get an interest in the company as a Ghanaian. So they are not keeping it as a reserve for only states or government participating. Ordinary Ghanaians, ordinary Ghanaian companies can also participate. And as mentioned by Minister, he says the agreement is subject to ratification by Parliament. So by that and all the other things that they have mentioned, they have followed all the legal requirements and also sought the best interests of Ghanaian in executing this lease agreement. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the Q&A session, but before I invite you for your questions, permit me to acknowledge our media partners who are covering this briefing live. If you just joined us, we are live on GTV, Metro TV, Joy News, City TV, Asempa FM, Adum TV, Asasi Radio, Movement TV, Kesben TV, ABC News GH, and streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information. Please, if you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you show by hand, they will bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and affiliation and proceed to ask your question. So I can see 5 hands, so let's take all of you for this round.
Thank you.
Please, your name and affiliation.
Thank you. My name is John Awuni, Kesben TV. Minister, former Chief Justice of the Republic, Madam Sophia Akufu, recently said the lithium agreement signed is not in the best interest of the country, and she's saying that persons who think the lithium agreement is good have undue benefits. Can you clarify on the former Chief Justice assertion? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Cliff Ekufu, I write for the Ghanaian Times. I have here with me a report by City FM 97.3 FM, and it's dated January 17, 2018. The report states, and I quote, Ghana discovers new mineral, lithium in the Volta region in commercial quantities by the Minerals Commission. Now, I would want to find out, does this report not contradict the argument made for not going the GIADEC and the GISDEC route? Because per the explanation given, we're looking at the quantity of deposit and limited to Awoya, but the Minerals Commission's own report, that is, if it is true, means we have new finding at the Volta region, and there's the potential to discover new deposits. So, not going the GIADEC route, does this particular report not defeat that argument? My second question is, I would want to find out if we do have a lithium deposit in Winneba, and has that also been given on a lease, as we have heard the disturbances in Winneba in recent times. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the next, and then I saw Duke's hand at the back. But let's take to maximum 2 so that your colleagues will also get the opportunity. No, Mr. Atta, you can't ask 3, please 2.
Thank
maximum.
you.
But I'll even prefer if you ask just 1 so that everyone will get the opportunity.
The minister said the lithium lease must go to Parliament for ratification. GNA, Atamensa, must go to Parliament for ratification. I want to find out, in the event it goes to Parliament and there are the proposed changes to the terms, would it affect the agreement you have already signed with the Barali Limited? Then 2, as Mr. AEC said, there's no geological data on lithium in Ghana. I'm surprised. I want to find out if that is so. Is government considering a plan of probably giving more resources to Ghana Geological Survey Authority to expand its scope of surveying for such a mineral, since it's very precious now? Any plan of expanding its scope of survey? Then my third question.
No, it's okay. Please, let's move to the next person.
All right, good morning. My name is Michael Obodu. I work with TV3. I want to understand when the refinery will
TV3. Okay.
When will the refinery begin operation, as especially as the construction for the exploitation would begin? What percentage of the mined lithium will be refined locally? We already know that a U.S. firm has secured 50% deal of that lithium that will be produced. Do we have plans of following the Namibia example of refining everything we produce? And then also, just for clarification, I heard the boss from MIF speak about locking the price of the share price. I just want to understand how feasible that plan is, especially when we've already seen from the CEO of Minerals Commission that the price of lithium is falling. Isn't that to our disadvantage then? Thank you.
Okay. So we'll take, let's take Duke, and then, okay, I'll try and take the 2 of you, and that will be the only round so that Minister can respond to all of them at once. So we'll take Duke and Lancer, and then we'll take the last.
My name is Duke Benta, TV3. One of the reasons why we go into negotiation rooms for some of these agreements with weakened knees is the fact that a lot of the risky prospecting and reconnaissance is done by such foreign entities who do it as a risk. They do that, they find the minerals in commercial quantities, and then we go in to negotiate. Does government have a plan going forward to commit to resourcing state entities to engage in some of these exploration activities, so that when we find the minerals, it's ours and we don't have to negotiate with anybody for such agreements for people to label it as shortchanging Ghanaians and all of that? And secondly, on record, the IEA has always been on these issues of negotiating for our mineral mining contracts, oil and the rest. Were they invited to the table in terms of discussions relating to this one? Did they decline? Were they there? Did they present it, or they just ignored it and they are still on their public concerns, bringing out sentiments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take Lancer and then take the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Lancer with GH1 TV. The question has always been the issue of ratification. How soon are we going to get the agreement ratified? And Cliff asked a question on Winneba. People were threatening. A chief even threatened to make sure they kill people if they attempt coming there to mine. Has that come to that?
Where?
In the Winneba area.
No, but they are talking about.
No, he asked a question whether it has come
whether
to his
there
attention.
is a lease or any such agreement in Winneba.
Yes.
Okay.
To the extent that the Ramsar site in Winneba has been sold. Yeah. The Ramsar site in Winneba is in contention now. The youth are saying it has been sold. The MP said it's not true, it has not been sold. Has it come to the attention of the minister? And if so, what are they doing to deal with the situation in Winneba before it gets out of hand?
Okay, thank you. So we'll take the last question.
Hello, this is Yinka Ibukun from Bloomberg News.
Okay.
I have two questions.
Your name again?
Yinka.
Yinka, okay.
Yinka Ibukun from Bloomberg News. My first question is about, there's a sense from all the presentations that there is a concern about delivering for the Ghanaian people, but also being competitive for investors. Now, you've set a royalty rate at minimum of 7%. Can you explain a bit how you compensate for that and how you hope to be competitive for investors at a royalty rate that you've said is one of the highest in the world besides Chile? And my second question is just to clarify, so we're looking at 11%.
Okay. She's saying your royalty rate is one of the highest in the world. How competitive? Yes, okay.
And my second question, thank you, sir. My second question is about the 11% that's going to be listed, because we're saying 30% and 19% is already state-owned. So if we can get more color on that, the timeline, and if it's actually mandatory that the 11% should be listed on the Ghanaian Stock Exchange.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. So we'll invite Honorable Minister for his responses. I'm leaving my...
Yes, so, Madam Minister, thank you very much, and thank you to my friends for asking these very probing questions, which I believe are very much in order, and I should commend those who asked the questions. They are very interesting questions. Now, because the questions are many, you will probably have to indulge me to go through them systematically and try to figure out who asked what question and attempt an answer. The first question, I believe, was asked by Mr. John of Kesbin, and your question is on the former Chief Justice of our country, her ladyship, Sophia Kufu, criticizing this transaction and going further to indicate that anybody who supports the transaction must be unduly benefiting from the transaction. First of all, I am very happy, and I want to say government is very happy to listen to superior argument or superior alternative or superior propositions from Ghanaians and from Ghanaian institutions, civil society, academia, and the rest. I mean, much more a personality who is occupied a very high office of Chief Justice. So if the Chief Justice puts forward an alternative, a critique, suggestions, proposals, which are superior to what we are doing, I mean, the most important thing is that we structure an arrangement and we construct a deal which is in the interest of Ghana, all of us. I mean, so we all will have the benefit of it. But so far, unfortunately, I have not heard anything in particular that the former Chief Justice is put on the table. I mean, to say, for example, that 10% royalty is not good. You should have gotten 15%, or that you negotiated for a community development fund. You should have done something else, or that this particular jurisdiction did it that way, so you should go on that route. We've not gotten that. I mean, you heard from the presentation, for example, that when it comes to royalties, when you go to clause 20A of the agreement of the lease, the royalty rate which we've negotiated for is 10%. 10% royalty rate all mining companies in Ghana from 1957, since we gained independence, pay royalty rate of 5%. Newmont pays 5%. Goldfields pay 5%. Anglo Gold pays the same. You name it. Cardinal, all of them. The negotiated royalties 5%. We successfully negotiated 10%. When you go to Australia, which controls some of the biggest deposits of lithium, their royalty rate is 5%. When you go to Mali, that has a bigger deposit of lithium, almost 3-4 times bigger than ours, they charge 6%. When you go to Zimbabwe, they have a bigger deposit of lithium than we do, they charge 5%. Your government, the Ghanaian government, is negotiated for 10%. So if the former Chief Justice says that is wrong, you should have done 20% because of this and that reason. The lady from Bloomberg, and Bloomberg is one of the leading authorities when it comes to metals, when it comes to minerals. Everybody knows that. I've been to Bloomberg. I've had multiple interviews with them. She asked the question that this 10%, is it not going to make your industry uncompetitive? Atlantic Lithium has swallowed it. Is it going to be the case that a lot more companies will refrain from coming to Ghana because you are charging a high royalty rate? So this is the point. I mean, the discussion gets a lot more productive if we have alternatives. She's not giving any alternative. For example, you go and look at corporate income tax rate. The corporate income tax rate we are charging here in Ghana in this transaction is 35%. Australia is charging 30%. Mali is charging 30%. Zimbabwe, our counterpart sister African country, more deposits than Ghana, they are charging 25%. And Ghana, we've negotiated for 35% of corporate income tax rate. Then somebody says, it's a bad deal. Throw it away. And he doesn't or she doesn't give you an alternative that you should have done it this or that way. Lastly, you go to free carried interest. We've negotiated for 13%. And across the sector, free carried interest is 10%. Goldfields is 10%. Anglo Gold is 10%. Newmont is 10%. Cardinal is 10%. Golden Star is 10%. Ghana Bauxite Company is 10%. In this particular transaction, we have negotiated for 13%. And it was hard negotiations. As I said, in some cases, the president himself was involved in the negotiations. And he insisted. When we went back to him and said 8%, 7%, whatever, he said, no, this is a special mineral. Go back, negotiate upwards. We negotiate for 13%. So what is the point I make? And, you know, as you can imagine, I mean, she's a former Chief Justice, occupied the high office in our country, number 4 in the country. So it's a bit difficult to, you know, engage when it comes to a personality like that. But to say the least, I mean, one other point she makes, I mean, for that anybody who supports this transaction must have benefited from the transaction unduly. So here I am. I support the transaction. I must have benefited from it unduly. No evidence. No basis for that. No evidence, no basis for that. And when I went to law school first year, the good old law lady, her lordship, her ladyship, Chief Justice Serwaa taught me that the rule, the cardinal rule of the game is evidence. Every lawyer, when you make a claim, evidence. Because this is just a brush that is used to brush everybody who supports this transaction. And more or less casts insinuation and compromise all of us, our integrity. When we all know that the rule of the game is evidence. And that she put something on the table. That Minister Jinapor has some hidden company in offshore where he holds some secret 5% in this company, and that is why he's supporting the deal, then we are having a proper conversation. But you make this statement that everybody, anybody who supports this transaction must be benefiting from the transaction unduly. Sam Jonah, one of the foremost leading mining administrators in our country. If I'm not exaggerating, I'm not too sure that there is anybody, AC and co-inclusive, who can match up to Sam Jonah's pedigree, at least when it comes to the mining sector of our country. When he was running the first biggest mine in our country, in Obuasi, you see and co were still, first year students at the minerals. Sam Jonah has come out publicly to
13.
You are correct, sir.
Yes.
Most grateful. So I wish the hazard department would capture it appropriately. What is indicated here is not correct.
What do you want to be added?
That I made a statement. It should be Dr. Clement Abbas Afak made a statement. Passionate.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
And petition number 11.
Honorable members, if you are not interested in what is happening, I am. Because I have to hear what they say and be able to guide the member. Yes, Honorable Blackwell.
So, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I was referring to item number 11. IV under petition. Mr. Nathaniel Mensah. Nathaniel has been spelled wrongly. And then, Mr. Speaker, still under petition number 11.
Honorable member, you haven't concluded. It has been spelled wrongly.
Yes, Nathaniel.
What is the right spelling?
Nathaniel, the I is missing. Nathaniel. They omitted the I for Nathaniel.
Yes, go on.
And then, Mr. Speaker, the last batch of names on that page, the ad hoc committee that you set up, the technical persons, VI, Dr. Theophilus Achampong. Theophilus has been without an O. It should be THEOPHILUS. There is no O in the rendition here. Dr. Theophilus Achampong, the technical person for the ad hoc committee to look into the payment to Gold Coast Fund Management subscribers.
Yes, Honorable Mahama Yarga.
Yeah, Dr. Theophilus.
Honorable Mahama Yarga, you
Mahama Yarga
presented the petition. The names: Roman 4. The spelling is what he has raised an issue about. Is that the case?
The Theophilus in this case does not have an O. The Theophilus is...
not Theophilus. No. No, we are talking about the first. The first. Roman 4. Nathaniel Mensah. The spelling.
Yes, Nathaniel Mensah is N-A-T-H-A-N-E-L. Nathaniel Mensah is what is written in the petition. Yes, that is what is submitted. That is what is submitted in the document. That is what the petitioner submitted as his name.
Thank you so much. For the other one, Theophilus, you are right. The THEO must come in. Table of Office, kindly take note. Page 15. Yes, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, please, I would need your guidance on the adjournment, item number 13.
Here it says that the House was adjourned till Thursday next at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. However, the real situation, Mr. Speaker, is that we were told that we will sit at 1 p.m. today, even though we didn't really get to sit at 1. But are we sure that this is what? Because I was here. The House was just adjourned. No time was given. I was here. And so if we agreed that we will sit at 1 p.m. today, should that not be what should be captured per our records instead of the 10 o'clock in the forenoon, which I know appears to be the template, but yesterday was a peculiar day. So just your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I appreciate how meticulous Honorable Ablakwa gets, but on this occasion, it was 10 o'clock, and the 1 o'clock was subsequently decided on, not in the chamber, but related to Speaker, and agreed on the 1 o'clock, which was done outside the chamber. So the adjournment was done. What is captured there is right.
May I hear from the First Deputy Speaker, who I believe was on the chair and adjourned the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the House was adjourned to 10 o'clock in the morning, as is recorded in the votes and proceedings. The change was done today, Mr. Speaker, at the morning service.
So, honorable members, what is captured in the order paper is the right thing. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 25th sitting dated Wednesday, 6th December 2023 are adopted as the true record of proceedings. We now move to item 5. Urgent questions. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I've related to my colleague, Chief Whip, and we'll seek your leave to vary order of business and take item 7 instead. And we have a statement that stands in the name of the Minister for Local Government. Speaker, we are related to you duly.
Honourable members, item 7, statements. Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on the 19th of December 2023, Ghanaians will go to the polls to elect their representatives to the district assemblies and unit committees. We will elect about 6,300 assembly members and about 31,000 unit committee members. Mr. Speaker, the local government system is the foundation for building and sustaining effective and accountable democracy. Local areas are places where residents interact with one another, collectively identify their problems, and through their leadership and organizations such as the district assemblies, mobilize resources from the state and non-state institutions to solve their common problems, and democratically hold those leaders accountable for the outcome of the development process. Mr. Speaker, that is the essence of Article 242 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which enjoins all of us to ensure that people, in particular local government areas, are given the opportunity to participate effectively in their governance system. Also, under the implementation of the directive principles of state policy and towards achieving the political objectives of the state, Article 35 6D enjoins us to make democracy a reality by decentralizing the administrative and financial machinery of government to the regions and districts, and by affording all possible opportunities to the people to participate in decision making at every level in national life and in government. Mr. Speaker, the conduct of district level elections is precisely to fulfill some of these important constitutional requirements of our democracy and to ensure that people are given the opportunity to elect their representatives to the district assemblies, which in our case are also the highest political authorities and the pillars around which local decision making and development evolve. The right of the people to participate in the decision making process at every level of their governance and development solidifies democracy. And that is why participation in district level elections is important and key to the sustainability of our democracy. Right Honourable Speaker, Section 6 of the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, stipulates that elections to the district assemblies shall be held once in every 4 years and at least 6 months apart of the parliamentary elections. Mr. Speaker, records from the Electoral Commission clearly demonstrate that the voter turnout during district level elections leave much to be desired. In 1998, when Ghana started the district level elections, the voter turnout was 59.3%, which was fairly impressive. Since then, voter participation has reduced substantially. In 1994, voter turnout was 29.3%. 1998, 41.6%. 2002, 33.1%. 2006, 39.3%. 2010, 35.3%. 2015, 35.9%. And in the last district level in 2019, the voter turnout was 33.6%. The aforementioned statistics shows that since we started the Fourth Republic, and for the conduct of 7 district level elections, voter turnouts have averaged less than 40%. Compared to presidential and parliamentary elections, where voter participation rate had averaged over 70%, the abysmal voter turnout in local government elections does not speak well of our democracy, especially when Ghana has been a pace setter in decentralization and local governance in Africa. Many countries have come to learn from our decentralization and local governance system. Whilst it is empirically true that in many parts of the world, voter turnout at local government elections tend to be lower than national elections, the gap in the voter turnouts between our national and local government elections is a grave concern that all my honourable colleague members of parliament must help to address. Right Honourable Speaker, inadequate citizens' participation as a whole in the district assemblies elections and the abysmal representation of women in local assemblies, alongside the critical importance of the work of these assemblies, are the reasons why I'm here today, to crave your indulgence to local government and to inform the public and the electorate to participate in this year's district level elections, to increase voter turnout, and more broadly, to deepen our democracy. I entreat my honourable members of parliament in this august house to whip up enthusiasm of the electorate to turn out on Tuesday, 19 December 2023, and vote massively for the representatives to their respective district assemblies and unit committees. Right Honourable Speaker, decentralization has brought government closer to the people than it had ever been in almost 3 decades. Although there is no government policy to systematically create smaller local government jurisdictions, with the creation of 261 district assemblies from 110 in 1988, the average population per local government jurisdiction has reduced substantially, thereby enabling local government to reach a smaller population. This has also reduced the possibility of local governments to locations where problems occur and where appropriate solutions may be found. It is on the basis that these assemblies have been assigned the responsibilities of providing solutions to the challenges of local governance and development, including provision of services such as sanitation, solid waste collection, basic education, healthcare, infrastructure, social welfare, and community development, among others. Right Honourable Speaker, one other fundamental factor that will enable local residents to participate in the decision making about local areas is information dissemination. Section 47(1) of the Local Governance Act 2016 Act 96 provides that every citizen resident in a district assembly shall have access to information held by the district assembly or a department of the assembly subject to limitation imposed by law. Again, Section 42(b) and (d) of Act 96 state that a district assembly shall facilitate the establishment of a structure for stakeholder participation that may include town hall meetings and notice boards for the dissemination of important announcements of public interest, among others. Right Honourable Speaker, the critical role of the media in creating awareness of this level elections cannot be overemphasized. Accurate and timely reportage by the media on key issues which will shape local governance should whip up and sustain the level of public interest in the processes leading up to the conduct of this level elections. It is therefore envisaged that the time and energy devoted for presidential and parliamentary elections by our friends in the media fraternity is replicated in the upcoming district level elections. It is even my ardent hope that more platforms are created by relevant bodies with deep involvement of the media to intensify the awareness and advocacy for higher voter turnouts, but being minded by the powers conferred on the Electoral Commission and restrictions imposed by law, including the district level elections regulations 2015 CI 89. Right Honourable Speaker, I further wish to draw honourable members' attention to Section 12(1) of the Local Governments Act 2016, Act 96, which says that a district assembly shall exercise political and administrative authority in the district, promote local economic development, and provide guidance, give direction to, and supervise other administrative authorities in the district as may be prescribed by law. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to state that the government is augmenting the capacity of the Institute of Local Government Studies with the state-of-the-art academic and training infrastructure to deliver structured training for the professional staff and members of the district assemblies. Beyond the nationwide orientation program for honourable assembly members, the Institute has built the capacity of honourable presiding members who double as chairpersons of Public Relations and Complaints Committee. The Honourable Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives have also benefited from series of structured training at the Institute. Right Honourable Speaker, based on the foregoing and coupled with efforts being made to strengthen our local government system, let me restate that the government remains committed to deepening decentralization. Whether or not the district level elections will be successful with a better turnout is dependent on intensified awareness creation and the efforts of prospective aspirants to offer themselves for the election, particularly women. And Right Honourable Speaker, I also remind members, honourable members, that by law we are all members of the district assemblies, and we should devote time, energy to whip up enthusiasm, so that this year, on Tuesday, 19th of December 2023, we are not going to have turnouts below 40%, but we'll be aiming at catching up with the turnout for the presidential and parliamentary elections, which is averaging 70%. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that all of us will get up, get involved in whipping up enthusiasm and interest in the forthcoming elections. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, before I permit comments to be made on the statement that has just been delivered by the Minister for Local Government, it's important I acknowledge the presence of some visitors in the public gallery. They are mostly students from a number of institutions. We have junior high school students from Kotobabi 5JHS. They are being led by the assistant headmaster in the person of Samuel Okwabi. The school is located at the Ayawaso Central constituency, and we have as many as 81 of the students here present. On your behalf, I acknowledge them and I warmly welcome them to today's sitting. Please, you are welcome. You may resume your seats. We have Teshi Lekma 5 Junior High School students led by the headmaster himself in the person of Mr. Samuel Bempong. This school is located in the Lejo Kuku constituency, and there are 55 in number. You are also warmly welcome to Parliament. We have students from Joy Preparatory and Computer. Please, they are led by the facilitator, Mr. Richard Jemfi. The school is located at the Medina constituency, and they are 95 in number. That is the figure I've been given, 95 in number. Joy Preparatory and Computer, but I don't see 95. You are warmly welcome to today's sitting. Please resume your seats. And finally, we have students from Grace Baptist Academy, led by the headmaster of the academy, Mr. Bernard Agovi. They are 98 in number, and the school is located in the Medina constituency. Luckily, we have all the members of parliament from these constituencies present. So watch the conduct and behavior of your MP and advise yourselves as to whether they are worthy of representing you here in the next election. Honorable members, you may now make comments on the statement just delivered by the Minister for Local Government. I will want to start with the ranking member. Yes, Honorable Edwin Lante Vanderpoel.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. And I want to commend the Minister for his proactiveness to this statement in inviting us to our civic responsibilities towards the district assembly elections. Mr. Speaker, it is true.
Speak into the mic.
It is true that citizens' participation in the district level elections have been very poor. Going through history, hovers between the 35-38% as compared to the 70-75% witnessed under presidential and parliamentary elections. But this is because the state does not give that much attention to the district level elections. The sort of importance we attach to the presidential and parliamentary elections is far, far low when we consider the district level elections. We must consider the fact that in the parliamentary and presidential elections, the political parties play a key role as demanded of them by the Constitution. But because these have become individual activity, it becomes difficult for institutions, groups to really get up to get themselves involved. However, state institutions that could play a very vital role in disseminating information, educating and informing the public on the district level elections. Our NCCE is mandated to educate, inform, encourage people to participate in such civic responsibilities. But we all know the situation of the NCCE. Today, the role of the Information Services Department, which historically has had mandate to educate and inform people, announce such situation, is virtually off. We can't even find them anymore. I don't even know whether they are still alive. And so these two institutions, which normally will help us boost the interest in the district level elections, are not there. And I said it becomes very difficult for the individuals to whip up enthusiasm for people and galvanize people to participate in the district level elections. Maybe the minister will want to consult with his colleague, the Minister for Information, to see what we can do within this short time to make sure that the Information Services Department and the various district information officers are supported so that they can activate their activities within the districts to make sure that we encourage people to get involved in the district level elections. Mr. Speaker, it's also important at this time for us to see what will make the assemblies themselves more attractive and more allied to their responsibilities in the various communities and districts and their jurisdictions, that will make people have interest in the work of the assemblyman. Because it is not just even voting for the assembly members, the unit committee members. After that, the soft structures that will all galvanize interest are all suffering. The assemblies themselves are suffering. And so the assembly members are suffering. So it is important that we channel a bit more energy, resources, provide them with the logistics they need to be able to perform their duties as expected of them, and to build confidence in assembly system that will make the Ghanaians feel happy to want to leave all other things, go and queue in the sun and vote for the assembly members. It is very important. Our democracy and our governance system is structured under the local governance system. And if there's no much interest there, what it means is that we'll only be looking at our governance system at the central level, which fundamentally is wrong based on the system of governance we have adopted for ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I have a little bit problem with the date, because as members of parliament, the Honourable Minister is urging us to move in and fully participate in the elections. But that day is a sitting. On the 19th, we'll be sitting here in Parliament. I don't know what Mr. Speaker will do together with leadership to see how we members of this Parliament will be able to get to our constituencies, urge people to get out, and with them vote to make the dream of the minister come true by breaking the 40% mark. I will also say that the assemblies, as today or from today, if through the district assemblies common fund can get the assemblies to whip up a little bit of enthusiasm and interest within their jurisdiction, and to get them to get even the town criers and various medium of communication within the districts. Almost all districts now have their own local communication network, so that they can pace a little, so that people will run commentary and adverts on the day, so that we can have more people coming out to vote that day. Mr. Speaker, with this, I will urge members of Parliament to show interest from today, as has been urged by the Minister, so that we try as much as possible to rekindle the spirit of our district level elections, so that we can have better people at the grounds to support us at this level. With this words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to have contributed to the statement.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let me first thank the Minister for this important statement. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the District Assembly concept in 1988, as a nation, we have done very well. and we need to continue doing what is right. Mr. Speaker, decentralization and local participation is very key to bring development to the local levels, and that is the most important role of the district assemblies, that development should be at the doorsteps of the local people. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the duties or the role of the district assemblies, on page 6, as stated by the minister, exercise political and administrative authority in the district. I'm very much interested in the B, which is promote local economic development. Mr. Speaker, if assemblies are able to do this, we will have less challenges in the local areas. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we need resources to make this work. And we have a big challenge as to how we resource the assemblies to deliver on this particular role. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have the District Assembly Common Fund to support the development in the district assemblies. The challenge has been that as a nation, we have not been able to fully implement the resource allocation that will support the assemblies to deliver on the services that they are supposed to do. As the allocation of 5% of the national revenue to the assemblies, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough. I believe that as a nation, if you want our assemblies to work and to bring development to the people, we need to increase the allocation, at least to about 10% of the national revenue, the national total revenue, which I believe that if this is done, we will be able to see much development in the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, the participation has been low, all because the assemblies, the interest in the work of the district assemblies are not much fed by the people that are within the local areas. And that if we are able to resource the assemblies, then the people will feel the need for them to participate actively in the local decision-making process so that they will get enough benefits from the local assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I will touch on the work of the assembly members. Mr. Speaker, the duties of the assembly member is not just to sit at the General Assembly meetings, but they have to work in the electoral areas before they attend assembly meetings. Mr. Speaker, some electoral areas, the assembly members, they need resources to conduct the pre-meeting tours and visitations and thereby that they have to take the views of the local people to be presented at the General Assembly meetings. Mr. Speaker, sometimes some of the district assemblies, they are unable even to pay the T&T of the assembly members. How can they have enough resources to go through the electoral areas and to work so that they have interface with the people before they attend assembly meetings? Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we need to take this issue very seriously. We need to resource the assembly members. If you want them to have effective work and support the local development of the area, and I believe that the Minister for Local Government is here, we need to take this issue, up and work towards resourcing assembly members in the delivery of their duties as assigned by the law. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge all members to take the assembly work very seriously. Let me conclude by saying that we also need to train the assembly members, we need committee members in the work that they have been elected to do. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development undertook some visits to some assemblies. It's quite unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that some assembly members, some unit committee members, they need to, we have to build their capacity to understand what they are supposed to do at the district assembly when they are elected. It is very important, and I will urge the minister and government and all stakeholders to take this as a very important issue that needs to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding by saying that this government brought a proposal to Parliament for district chief executives to be elected. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the proposal of government did not go through. I believe that if you want to have an accountable MMDCs, if you want to have full participation by the local people, then the leaders must be accountable. And that elections is key to bring accountability. If perchance this nation, this country, gets that opportunity again to elect the district chief executives, which are in charge of the district assemblies, we should all think through and make it work. I believe that that is also one key that will help improve our decentralization and local governance system. I thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Honourable members, I may need to limit the time of our contributions. I'm guided here by leadership, and I'm told it should be 3 from each side of the House. We've had 1 from each side, now it's level 2. So I'll look at agenda and allow Honourable Dr. Zanator Rollins to make her comments. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Minister. And it's simply to say that when we look in the sub-region with regards to the expansion of violent extremism, one of the things that Ghana has that has made us not a suitable haven for this is our decentralization and our local governance system. The fact that we have eliminated the majority of ungoverned spaces in this country is a huge factor as to why this country is still a safe haven with regards to the fact that we don't have any experience of terrorism. Whereas in other countries, the extreme lack of provision by the state of the amenities and infrastructure in various areas that are outside of the capital created a vacuum that allowed for terrorist armed groups to now assume the role of the state in providing pipe-borne water and providing education and other necessary things that the state should have been providing for those communities, which meant that in the end, most of those communities were aligned with those groups that were perceived to be terrorists in those various countries. However, Mr. Speaker, I remember as a child when the district level elections first started, there was a lot of information on the television, on adverts in between the news, in between the local news and international news, and there was an active drive to inform citizens about the need to participate in the district level elections. However, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen the reduction in interest in the local governance and in the elections that occur in our various assemblies, we've also seen in some cases a decrease in the caliber of persons who represent the various communities, inability for the various assemblies to actually deliver on their mandates with regards to what the needs are in those various communities. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to complain about the fact that not enough is being done in our communities, then we need to take greater interest in what happens in our local elections. Mr. Speaker, the direct link between voting in one's local elections and the resultant outcome in the community is more easily perceived than the result of voting for a particular party, which brings in various members of parliament and the president, because the local governance, that structure actually has the mandate and is supposed to have the funds and resources to actually provide development for our various communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, even though this statement is rather late in the day, it's still an important one. And hopefully, as we work towards the next round of elections at the local level, a lot more information should be disseminated. There should be greater interest in town hall meetings in the various assemblies, because attendance is very poor. In my municipality, whenever town hall meetings are called, very few people actually attend, which shows that there's a lack of understanding of the value of the local governance structures to the livelihoods of people in our various communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use this opportunity to actually appeal to all citizens to take as much interest in our local governance elections as they do in the general elections that we do to elect our members of parliament and the president. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yes. The Honourable Minister for Health, right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement made by my colleague, MP for Okre, and the Minister for Local Government. Mr. Speaker, just to note that I have once been an assemblyman. The days where assemblymen were very much recognized, and there was some enthusiasm in various communities for assemblymen's elections. So, just like the minister said, the voter turnout has actually dropped and dropped and dropped. Even below assemblymen, we have the unit committee concept. And Mr. Speaker, it will be interesting for you to note that, as I speak, several electoral areas don't have unit committees because of lack of enthusiasm for citizens even to put themselves up for this unit committee level elections. Why has this come to this level? Mr. Speaker, awareness creation in the various electoral areas and communities is just that very, very low, because the assembly members don't seem to be very, very useful even in their communities. Why? Because resources don't flow to their level, and quite a large number of them continue even to depend on MPs to support them to do their work in the various constituencies. In that respect, the community itself bypass the assemblymen and straight to the MPs' homes for support and what it is that we have. They are supposed to call town hall meetings, but again, Mr. Speaker, it's amazing to note. I can't remember when an assemblyman called the town hall meeting that brought in more than 20 people. Even during my time around the 90s, anytime I called a town hall meeting, it was only my mother and a friend of hers who would meet me at the community center. Clearly, people were not interested. And this has degenerated even into voter turnout in various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, there was a time where the local government ministry was giving out motorbikes to assemblymen to help them do their work. And the question I ask is that, who will sustain that practice? The assemblymen are not remunerated. They give them some semblance of ex gratia after 4 years when they are exiting. But even that, they are supposed to go and make their own resolution, if money is available, to take some part of their internally generated funds to do their, how do I call it, ex gratia arrangements. So, Speaker, there is a need for us in Parliament and government to try to find a way of resourcing the assemblymen so that they can meet the aspirations of various communities. So, Speaker, they don't have nothing. The assemblies are not giving them nothing to their communities, so they continue living in the communities as if they have no authority wherever they live. And that wouldn't change their enthusiasm for citizens to come to the level of what assemblymen are doing. Mr. Speaker, that shows that citizenship participation in decision making seems to have gone down and down and down. And I believe that if you don't find something to do now, tomorrow it will come to the turn that even our made elections that elects MPs and presidents may also begin to dip, and people's interests will have waned off and gone away. So, Mr. Speaker, I will join with my colleague to encourage all of us to see how best we can double our efforts to fight for resources for the various assemblies and the assembly men. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to end my contribution, and I thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to rise to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Minister of Local Government in respect of the district level elections scheduled for Tuesday, 19th December 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, as a practitioner, a former assembly member, former vice president of NALAC, and then a former general secretary of the National Association of Local Authorities of Ghana, the dwindling numbers in the participation at the local level is a thing of great concern to me. And so I believe that as a nation, it is important for us to stop taking or treating the issue of local level election as if we want to take that every 4 years we get elections conducted as part of our mandate, a constitutional mandate. Citizen government engagement is where most of our people at the base or the local level participate in governance, and political economy says that one of the critical areas to look at is building governance capacity at the local level. And so if we treat it as every 4 years, yes, we are mandated to get this thing done, and so we are getting it done without looking at the quality that comes with the practice, I think eventually all that we have done in the area of decentralization will be derailed. And that is not what we look at. It is also very important for us, Mr. Speaker, to look at competence and commitment when it comes to local governance. The people who are contesting, because we are only looking at competence and commitment when it comes to presidential and parliamentary elections. It will interest you to know that it is at the local level that most people or most women get the opportunity to participate, because it is closer to us at home and it is easier for us to jump in and attend to community work and then go back. So if we are not able to build our capacity and interest in this level, If we are not able to build our interest at the local level, this is the result we will see. That out of 275 members of parliament, only 40 are women. And it is very important that we start from somewhere. Where to start from is the local level. If we are really interested in what is happening at the local level and our self-deepening decentralization, it is critical for us to get down to our people and make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to participate. This also means that every bottleneck to participation must be removed, because participation must be treated as a right and not as a privilege when it comes to local governance, where the right holders will be able to hold duty bearers accountable to the offices that we hold or will be elected to hold. And then we'll be able to live up to expectation of our people. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is the more reason why making the Ghana card the sole document for voting is not the right way to go. And this recent registration we undertook, you realize that the majority of people do not have the voter ID card. Aside the hassle they go through in getting the the Ghana card, you realize that most often people are in a hurry to acquire it and they have to pay, where at the local level they don't have the means to pay. At this moment, I will also want to add my voice to the many voices that we as parliamentarians come on board to encourage as many people as possible to participate at the local level elections. Not just that, we should also make sure that we put our money where our heart is and encourage more women to participate at this level, because if you turn around and look at the numbers that have registered to contest this year, you realize that the women at the local level are very low. Let's put in measures to ensure that we encourage all to come on board and support those who put themselves up, both the district level and then the unit committee elections. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, yes, that is the last person, 3-3. We have to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, we'll thank the local government minister for the. Okay. We'll thank the local government minister for such a brilliant presentation on the participation in the local government election. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that one of the biggest challenges that we've come to see with our elections is that the local level has become non-partisan. And because it's non-partisan, the platforms upon which assembly members are socialized or the communities are socialized around is not consistent or is not sustainable. Because after every assembly election, when a new assemblyman comes on board, the platform around which is able to socialize the community changes. And therefore, building up the momentum all the time to get so many people to come and vote during the elections becomes a problem. Secondly, we also know that because it's also non-partisan, naturally, a lot of MPs find it difficult to get involved. Because now that we are even being told to go and mobilize people to go and vote, if we are not careful, we might even be told that we are making it partisan. And therefore, these are some of the reasons why we are getting it difficult, getting a lot of people to be voting during these elections. Secondly, when it comes to the issue of financing assemblies, I remember at 936, the suggestion came that even the financing should not end just at the Metropolitan Assembly. It should go all the way to the town councils and go all the way to the sub-metros directly. Unfortunately, we could not succeed. So you consistently see that a lot of the local areas are simply not working. And if you say that local government is to get governance closer to the people, it is not just about going to the people and talking. It's about going there to solve their problems. Unfortunately, a lot of our assemblies are finding it so difficult to be able to solve the problems of the people. And the more we are not able to solve the problems, naturally the enthusiasm to be voting, coming to queue to vote becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, one area you realize is that even though the common fund is about 5%, if you look at what comes to the MPs and you see how effective it is in solving community problems or individual problems, naturally when it gets to parliamentary elections, people rally around the MPs. Unfortunately, when they get to the level of the district assemblies, the assemblymen do not have their own common fund. They just don't have it. So in situations where they can quickly respond to the needs of their people, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a difficulty. And when we are not solving problems, naturally we don't expect people to be enthusiastic about queuing up and coming to vote for our people. So I believe that we have to relook or rethink the mechanisms of spending money at the assembly level. Whether we should create a new common fund for assembly members is something that we have to be looking at. And how even the assembly does their own budget in solving the community problems one after the other. Mr. Speaker, what we should also understand is that it's because of the partisan nature of the election, of the partisan nature of parliamentary elections. That is why we are able to build a lot of momentum. Unfortunately for the assembly elections, we don't have that. And I believe that we have to revisit the voting of our DCEs by the general public, and at the same time the voting of our assembly members on partisan basis. I believe that if we are able to do that, we'll be able to use that to move people and build a momentum for the local assembly election, because we can never put a partisan system on a non-partisan system. I believe that if we are ready to build momentum, or if we want to build momentum for these assembly elections, then one, we have to make the assembly elections partisan, and we should also make the DC election partisan, so that there will be partisan on the ground and the partisan on top, so that top and down, everything should be partisan, so that we can use that to build. Conclude. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for the speech, and I believe that the only way to solve the non-participation in the local assembly election is to make it fully partisan, so that this country can go forward.
Honorable members, we go to public business. At the commencement of public business, item
10.
Yes, please. Item 9B. Item 9B. Presentation and first reading of bills. 9B. Customs Amendment Bill 2023. Minister for Finance.
An act.
B. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for 9B, remember that it's been late earlier. Now the minister is here to withdraw the first one and then resubmit this one. So he will make an application to withdraw the first one that was late and then present this new one. That's what
I've been given notice. Right. I'm aware of that. Yes. We are ready for the application to be made to withdraw the one that had been laid and then to substitute it with a new bill. So please, the Minister for Finance may do so now. Mr. Speaker, I seek the leave of the House to withdraw the earlier one and to lay the subsequent one. Honourable members, this bill was laid and is now the property of the House. For the minister to succeed, to withdraw it, he needs your leave, your permission to do so. And so your permission is being sought by the Minister for Finance. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, the said bill was laid before us last Friday. In fact, the Finance Committee sat on it, but we noticed a number of errors, and accordingly the Minister was advised to withdraw and relay. So the Speaker is in line with what we have discussed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Haruna Drisu.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mine is just matter of practice and procedure. I should believe that, Mr. Speaker, we should take them 1 in 10. First of all, we are on presentation and first reading of bills. And as you rightly guided, the Honourable Minister for Finance is seeking to withdraw, because when the bill was first presented, Mr. Speaker, you rightly directed that it be referred to a committee. So it becomes a matter before the committee. I should think that you should grant, the House should grant you leave for him to withdraw before he proceeds to the second step for the presentation of now custom amendment bill. So just matter of practice. He should walk gingerly. Let him make the application, Mr. Speaker, to you to withdraw. Then the House will grant you leave to withdraw. Then he can go through the second process. You can't do the two things at the same time. Procedurally, you cannot be withdrawing and presenting a paper. That's wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot really understand the principle. A person brings a bill, a paper, or whatever to the House. Now the man or whoever is shepherding the bill or motion says that I'm declining interest. And then you are saying I'm going to pursue it for you. Is that your understanding of the rules of the House? You are totally wrong with this understanding. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has made application. He said he was going to seek the leave of the House to withdraw. That's what he said.
Honourable members, Order 78 of our standing orders. It reads, unless any order otherwise provides, notice shall be given any motion which is proposed to make, except the following. The relevant one is H. A motion for the withdrawal of a bill. So you don't need to give notice when you want to withdraw a bill. I had to refer to item 9B because that one is the new bill that is to be laid to raise the issue for the minister to make the motion to withdraw the earlier one that had been laid and referred to the committee. Then they now have the opportunity to lay the new one or present it to the House. And so there was no need for that notice to be done on the order paper. That is why usually we don't put the notice there. Just drawing your attention to the procedure. If we want to amend this standing order, we may do so that it now becomes an item, withdrawal of motion. or first reading of a bill. But as of now, there is no need for the notice. And so you will not have an item on the order paper specifically on that one. So I think the writing has been done. We'll grant leave to the minister to draw this one, particularly with the information from the minority leader that the committee drew the minister's attention to some challenges in the current one. So leave is granted to the Minister for Finance to withdraw the earlier bill that had been presented. Honorable members, the mode of withdrawal is not captured by our standing orders. So the mode of withdrawal Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you just read 78. And 78 says that he should withdraw by motion. So the word motion has been used. And so he has to move. And the matter has to be put to this House. We have to vote on it. That's what a motion is all about. And if we challenge the result, then there should be a head count. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the standing order is clear. That it should come by motion. And it is one of the motions that are exempted from notice being served. So, let him move the motion and let us take a decision on the motion. He won't have a problem because this is a recommendation of a committee of this House. So we don't envisage that you have a problem withdrawing the bill. And we don't envisage a head count, Mr. Speaker.
We don't need to debate this matter. I think that the earlier motion was for the leave. The leave has been granted. So, Minister, you have been called upon to move another motion for withdrawal. So, Minister for Finance, move a motion for withdrawal now. Move a motion for withdrawal of the bill.
Yes,
Majority Leader.
Yes, Speaker. At your instance, the Minister will do that. The Minister will do what you are suggesting that he does, except to say, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are reading not the entire complement of what is required under the standing orders. Order 82 provides a member who has proposed a motion may withdraw it, but if the motion has been seconded, he may do so only by the leave of the House. Presenting a paper in the House does not require a motion for it to be seconded. People should understand this. But Mr. Speaker, because we don't want to waste time, and because you have directed, the minister will do that. Precisely. Read it. Read what is contained in 82.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader. The Minister for Finance is not a member of this House. He is not a member of this House. The Constitution and our standing orders define member to mean member of Parliament. But he is allowed by the standing orders to participate in the proceedings of the House. He is allowed to participate. That doesn't make him a member of the House. Honorable members, please, there is no need for debate here. Minister, kindly move the motion to withdraw the bill. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I seek the leave of the House. Mr. Speaker, I seek the leave of the House to withdraw the Customs Amendment Bill 2023. I beg to move. Honourable members, for the withdrawal of the bill has been moved by the... Yes. Well, motion moved and seconded. Consideration of the House. Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I repeat. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the motion is accordingly, the bill is accordingly withdrawn. We will now allow the Minister for Finance to present to the House the new bill on the Customs Amendment 2023. Present the new bill to the House.
An act to amend the first schedule to the Customs Act 2015 at 891 to add 431 tariff lines to the customs tariff and to provide a waiver for the importation of raw materials for the manufacturing of sanitary towels and for related matters.
Honourable members, the said bill is accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. We now move to item 10. Motion, and what is left with that motion is head count to be taken. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is a C to the 9. The C to the 9, which must be presented.
The information to me was only on B. Nobody mentioned that C was ready to be laid.
No,
I was told B was ready. So if C is ready, we just allow the same minister to present the bill to the House. Minister for Finance, item 9C.
An act to amend the Exemptions Act 2022, Act 1083, to provide a waiver of customs duty and customs taxes in respect of the importation of fishing gear, seeds and fertilizer for the planting of foods and jobs programs phase 2 for agricultural purposes and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Exemptions Amendment Bill 2023 is accordingly presented to the House and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. I think we can now move to item 10. Motion. What is left with item 10 is to take a head count. So head count to be taken. Yes, Honourable Member for...
Mr. Speaker.
Tadu.
Mr. Speaker, I hesitate to rise to ask for your guidance at this stage But I think that since we haven't taken the vote yet, I can seek your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I'm at pains to see whether what we are proposing to do is supported by the standing orders or by the Constitution. Item 10 says that we are doing two things. We are approving the budget statement and the economic policy.
Honorable Member, who are you referring to as you are doing?
Sorry, you are not part of it. The motion is for the approval.
You mean the House?
The House, yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, the first time that the Constitution or the standing orders mentions budget is in the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders tells us in standing order 141 that the statement of the estimated revenue and expenditure of the government in respect of each financial year in these orders referred to as the budget shall be presented to the House on such a day as the Business Committee may direct. Mr. Speaker, today we are not examining the estimates. Today we are not examining the estimates. In fact, so if the standing order tells us that we are voting on the budget statement and the economic policy, we cannot be voting on the budget if we have not examined the estimates. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the standing orders, the procedure for budget is contained Mr. Speaker, my colleagues opposite should know that both me and you we were known to the court, and the court knew us. So that is the least of my worries. But Mr. Speaker, we are speaking in the House, we are seeking your direction. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the standing orders, it says that whenever a motion, after the budget has been proposed, then a motion is moved that the financial policy of government for the year ending so and so has been moved and will be debated upon. Mr. Speaker, the next order that is made by your good self is that the estimate for each of the areas shall be referred to the committees responsible for those areas. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the standing orders order 146, it says that after that, when we resume the debate, it says that we shall consider the reports that come from every committee. So the procedure is that it comes here, it is referred to the various committees, and the debate starts. What we vote upon is two things. We vote upon the reports from the various committees, and we vote upon the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, this practice or convention on voting on the principles of the budget as described myself or on the financial policy is not supported by the standing orders or the Constitution. And if we are voting on the budget statement, then per the definition of budget statement in the standing orders, it means we are voting on the estimates. And Mr. Speaker, at this stage, we cannot be voting on the estimates because they have not been considered by the various committees. And the estimates will be voted upon at the stage that we are voting on appropriation. Mr. Speaker, one will say that because we filed the motion, it has to be moved and seconded and voted upon. I heard somebody opposite say it some time ago. Mr. Speaker, let's look at Order 58. Order 58 deals with the statement of the State of the Nation by the President. Even though a motion is moved, we don't vote upon it. It is not every motion that is voted upon. And at this stage, the best that can be done is that we consider it as we consider procedural motions, or it is a motion of a special nature. And as the estimates and the reports come forth, then we vote on it individually. And that is what will be done. If you read the standing orders and combine order 140 and you combine it with order 146, Mr. Speaker, you will come to the conclusion that after the motion has been moved and the estimates given, what happens is that we vote upon it as the reports start coming in, estimate upon estimate, sector upon sector. So, Mr. Speaker, at this stage, I don't want to read all the standing orders and bore you and the House is impossible. But at this stage, we cannot be voting on the budget statement because the budget is defined by the standing orders as the estimates, and expenditure of the government in respect of each financial year. And we cannot vote on it because, Mr. Speaker, we have not even yet finished discussing it. The reports are not in for the committees. So at this stage, it is merely a procedural vote all at all. We vote at the end of the report stage, and we vote also when we have the appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance on this issue. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Mama Yaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for the Honorable Joe Gatti to pay attention to the nomenclature used in the Constitution and in our standard orders. Article 179 of our Constitution speaks of the President causing the estimates of the revenues and expenditures of government. The revenues and expenditures of government to be laid. Revenues and expenditures. Then you go to the standing orders, because the Constitution also says that Parliament shall by standing orders regulate how we pass the appropriations bill. Then in our standing orders, it is provided in Standing Order 143 that after he has laid the estimates of revenues and expenditures, then he moves a motion. Our standing orders say he should move a motion. And so the motion to be moved is whenever a motion that this House approves the financial policy. Financial policy is not the same as estimates of revenue and expenditure. It is the policy. It is the policy that informs the estimates of the revenue and expenditure. So we are to debate the policy informing the revenues and expenditure and take a decision on that before we go to the appropriations bill itself. Mr. Speaker, and anywhere our standing orders use the word motion, then it is a matter that must be voted on. Because a motion is to take a decision. A motion is that we should take a decision. And how do we take a decision without voting unless there is a consensus? And it's obvious that in this matter there is no consensus. Given that there is no consensus, Mr. Speaker, we will have to vote. And we voted, and you ruled on the voting, and this side challenged and called for a head count. So, Mr. Speaker, you are doing the right thing, deciding that we should go ahead and carry out the head count. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I don't think this is a matter properly before the House to be debated. The Honorable Joe Gatti simply sought, and I'm entitled to listen to you or not to listen to you in guiding him. I decided to listen to you. But this decision doesn't open up this matter for debate. I think it's something that we will debate later on. But for today, the hairs will have to be counted. So we are going to the head count now. Honorable members, the clerk at the table will call your name and you stand out to be recognized, and then the head will be counted. So at the end of the day, if your head is not here, it cannot be counted. So clerk, please get the list of the members of parliament. Oh, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Your head is here, it will be counted, don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, if there is a head count, our orders are very clear. In your place, and you are counted. It does not involve mentioning names one by one. Since when have we done this? Since when have we done this? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, we are ready. The House is ready. The House is ready. We don't want to waste time on this. Let there be the head count as the practice is. And then we move on.
Honorable members, there is no disagreement in this matter. I have not said that anybody should stand at anybody's seat. I said you will stand at your seat and you'll be counted. That's all what I said. Yes. And so when they mention your name, you stand at your seat, not at anybody's seat, and you'll be counted. You stand at your seat and be counted. So, honorable members, let's start.
Abaka Samuel Erickson.